Hi. Hi, good morning. Hold on, I gotta move the microphone a bit closer. Yay, preparation.
Gosh, I love Moxie, Moxbar, Moxlove.
Moxpod, Moxlove. At least now you know where my microphone is. Hi. How are you, Beans? Hope you had a good and relaxing week. Oh, yes. Bring the color, bring the color. I love you all. Yeah, first of all, sorry for not being here on Tuesday and Thursday, and thank you for the headpets. Yeah, I had a bit of a... Let's just call it shit week. Let's just say shit week. From last week, you might remember I've been at the dentist and put down like 2 crayons. And the weekend after, immediately one of the teeth splintered. And work was shit, and my chair broke, and oh my god, it was a week. It was a week. I spent like an hour taking my chair apart just to find out that, well, I managed to rattle the screws loose. They were actually just coming out, so my chair wasn't broken, it just really needed to be screwed back together before I randomly drop on one of the dogs that usually sleeps under it. That would be fun. Yeah, and working in technical customer support, I feel like if the worry that ChatGPT is gonna cost us all our jobs isn't in the back of your mind, and you don't permanently get pushed by bosses and people permanently tell you that other people are doing more and doing better, I hate it. I hate it. Get me out of here. Just let me open this motel already. I still haven't received the keys. I mean, look at these doors. Look at these doors. Some of these doors don't even have locks yet. You know, in retrospect, maybe I shouldn't have purchased this motel. These are very questionable doors. I mean, look at this one next to me. This doesn't even have a number. Yes. That's the room you get when you don't pay. You also never come back out. It's actually, you know, the truth about this motel is it's actually just a facade. It's only the wall. If you walk through any of these doors, you just end up in a cornfield on the other side. Oh my god, what a day. But yeah, what are we gonna do today? Thank you for the headputs. Oh yeah, first of all, Cade and Sherrod. I wanted to thank Cade and Sherrod. They followed me after I raided out the other day. No, actually, after I was shouted out. There we go. So yeah, always nice to see an offline follow. That's always something nice to come back to. Thank you so much. But yeah, what are we gonna do today? We're definitely gonna start with Vampyr. Vampyr. Wait. Here. No, wait. Oh, wait, I have nothing that just shows my teeth. There. No, that works. There. Vampyr. Did that work? No. It's the best I can do. I mean, I'm not good at accents. Just imagine that this was said with a very dark Transylvanian accent, like something typically Eastern Europe. There. Ah, what a day. But yeah, let's get back to what we're doing. So yes, we're starting with Vampyr. Let's see how far we get in that today. And if we feel like we need a break, then let's build a Sue is waiting, or maybe like a round of Loop Hero or Inculinati. I feel like today we're just gonna be a bit more open and do whatever we feel like. Because let's face it, that's what you should do on a Friday. Don't tell your boss. But yeah, let's hop into our little corner and turn the game on. Oh wait, that's not the game. We don't need that yet. Here's the game. I swear I know all the buttons. The buttons are easy. Oh wait, that was the wrong button. Oh my god. See, when I said it's a typical Friday and I'm exhausted, it fits. So today is gonna be hopefully very chill. Now let's see. Where did we leave off on Monday? Let's take a quick look. But yeah, do tell, how was your week? I hope you all had a much more entertaining and chill week than I had. On good notes, we finally bought a sous vide this week because, you know, taxes. And I, for the longest time, hold on, it's already having some memory issues. Let me make sure everything is fine. Because this game is always a bit pushy with the performance, and I'll be honest, my PC isn't the best anymore, unfortunately. Should have done that with the taxes, I suppose, but unfortunately you don't get a 3080 RTX for $100, but you get a sous vide for $100. And yeah, we now have a sous vide. If you don't know what that is, it's these little water heat. It's essentially a slow cooker, but with water. So what we use it for is mostly eggs, because I love runny eggs. And you can make them in there perfectly, or you say if you want to marinate tofu or meat, and then vacuum seal it and put it in. It's essentially just a hot water bath. So anything you can imagine cooking in a hot water bath, or, you know, preparing for cooking, you can do in there. I'm so excited. I have rice waiting for me and eggs. So I'm just going to throw like a couple eggs in there and then have a nice runny yolk on my rice. And something very normal in Japan. Something nearly unheard of in the US. And we still have this whole issue of salmonella lingering here. So, like, our eggs are not meant to be eaten raw. And as such, they don't have the same health regulations that they would have in Japan, where you can indeed eat them raw. So, yeah, I'm a bit hesitant. So if I'm suddenly out for a week with salmonella, you can all point at my eggs. That is a very weird thing to say, and it works a lot better in German. So here's a free spoiler for everyone. The term eggs and balls is the same word in German. So what I just said turns a little bit more awkward if you think about it that way. I can't bash this, can I? No. So yeah, just as a reminder where we left off last time, we need to get in here. But so far, I haven't figured out how we get there. As far as I can tell, all of these doors are closed, but I'm not 100% certain about this door here. The question is, how do we get there? Let me see if we can get through here. Oh, yes. That is probably how we get there. We need to go through here. So if we backtrack down here, so we need to come from a different dock. Is that what we missed last time? Let's give that a try. Let's go back to the docks. But yeah, I'll be honest with you, that is kind of why I didn't stream on Tuesday. I felt so tired and exhausted. And like even slightly motion sick, as if I just had a bit of vertigo. All of a sudden and out of nowhere. And so that day I didn't stream because I couldn't. And then that afternoon I hear from Rue and... Oh, I was close? Okay, so I probably don't have to go here then. But now I'm here, now I'm gonna test it. But yeah, then I talked to... Okay, I thought that's what it is, yeah. Then I talked to Rue, and he had the same issue that day, and a few other people did. So I think it was in the end just the sudden weather change. And I am very sensitive to weather change. If the weather gets shit, I feel that immediately. Yeah, I suppose exactly up there and then through. And that's always been an issue. I remember living in Germany and living in the Alps, and like 2nd grade, my teacher called my parents into school to ask them if there's a reason I always have a headache. Like, literally. And that's the first time I noticed that this isn't normal. But, you know, normal kids don't have a headache 3 times a week, every time the weather changes. And the Alps where I lived were very bad for that, because you had a lot of sudden and forceful weather changes. You know, mountains and all, clouds head towards the mountains and then suddenly drop all their load, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I've never been in this area, so I gotta do a good loot run. And yeah, we had, in Celsius, we had like 24 degrees Celsius one day and then 2 degrees Celsius the other. And even hints of snow. And whenever that happens, I can already tell you that I will get a headache. It will just... like, I have this moment where I then look over at Kit, who also gets weather headaches, but he gets them at opposite sides. So, like, I get a weather headache more when it gets cold, and he gets a weather headache when it gets warm. So, one of us can always tell when the weather is changing, and it's ugh. And yeah, if you have a problem with that... Oh, hello, sir.
I'll kill you!
What? I just wanted to have a chat. Ow. Come on, stop missing. But yeah, the weather every time. Oh my. I thought my... Oh, the wrong buttons. I forgot the ultimate is on a different button than where I thought it would be. Yeah, every time. It's weather headaches. The amount of days I had to take off because I had a migraine and I just couldn't work. Yeah, I hate it. And then we moved to Denver. And the main issue with Denver is that we're so high up. I mean, we're called the Mile High City for a reason, because we're 5,200 feet above the water. The ocean. In German you say above the water. That I don't think that works in English. Above the ocean level. And as such, we barely have any clouds. Whenever you look into our sky, it's nearly always completely cloudless. Oh, where does that lead? And if you don't have clouds, you have a lot of very forceful weather change. Because, you know, the clouds keep your atmosphere in, so to speak. Keep your weather in. Keep your temperature in, especially. What is that in the back? What just drove over that bridge? Is that a train? Yes, it is. That is cute. Just look at that little background. I think it runs a bit too often. Because I'm pretty sure it's gonna come back any second now if I just saw it earlier. No? No? Okay. Weird. What do we have here? Origin of the skulls. It has been established for some time now that skull is the vernacular name of a different species of lesser blood drinkers. A skull often seems to be the victim of a vampire attack who miraculously survived death and came back as a crooked version of its maker. According to many observations made by our order throughout the centuries, skulls are generally despised and killed by vampires who consider them lesser and despicable creatures. The name itself means slave. They also have been called Saqualiba? Saqualiba? I wish I could pronounce these words correctly. Sclavus. Sclavus or Sclavinoi? Yes, I try. This shows how old these creatures are and how their makers perceive them. This may be why skulls often tend to form small and discrete communities that stick together. It is also interesting to note that skulls seem to call themselves this way, as if they have accepted for a long time their status as inferior servants among vampires. It's more difficult for a skull to hide its monstrous nature. Pale skin, terrible teeth, strange emaciation. I'm learning all the words today. Strange emaciation, dilated and staring pupils. Many have lost all hair and they show wounds and scars, which stay open without never completely healing. They also seem capable of surviving by eating the flesh of the dead, while vampires need blood from the living. They may be the real origin of the mythical figure of the ghoul, the folklore creature who lurk in cemeteries and feed from the dead. A skull is a miserable creature. Most of the times, they fear to be seen by both humans and vampires. In some regions, older skulls have been witnessed nearby vampires as servants or slaves, obtaining protection by sacrificing their freedom. Most of the skulls are descended from icons, I think it was acons, and show humanoid silhouettes. Much more uncommon, some present a more canine aspect and behave like wolves. They are sometimes called vulpes in ancient texts. At least a third type exists in the shape of a bird or in shape of a bird of bat. Pretty sure that's bird or bat. And they are called corvus. William Marshall himself referred 3 times to some bat-shaped creature he called vampire in his memoirs. Other types may exist, unknown or unidentified for now. From Drinking at the Fountain of Knowledge by Usher Talltree, Primate of St. Paul. I want the whole book. I think this would be such an interesting book to read. Like, give me a modern-day, old-time science book. You know? Machination. I thought I heard machination before, but I always connected machination with machine. Not with the... Like, this I always considered... But I suppose it makes sense, yeah. English is difficult. And a newspaper. Oh, look at that. Danger is closer than you think. They are already here. Do not let them take the kingdom. I love this. This is a good poster. I mean, I'll simply assume that outside of all the real posters in this isn't a real poster. If that was a real poster in London, then yes. Please, I want to live there. I do want a poster like this at home. Or, like another example, I've recently looked back into EverQuest because I've played EverQuest for better half of my life. And Keith Parkinson. If you don't know who Keith Parkinson is, literally just look up the name. Hold on, why am I not doing that? That's what I'm here for. But Keith Parkinson... Here, let me... Where did I put my browser? There it is. Keith Parkinson. You will immediately recognize as one of the most recognizable fantasy authors, fantasy artists ever. From like these most default fantasy art pieces. And he is also the person who... What the heck? Okay, maybe not this one. But he is also the person who did the box art for EverQuest for pretty much most of their existence. So if you ever look at stuff like this, or this, it's just, he only has really low res on his website, and I hate that. It's just, this is the art I would put on my wall. This extremely generic default fantasy art. I love it. It's a whole new level of just detail and dedication to every little bit of art. It's just from every scale to every bit. He did some amazing traditional art. And I think if I could choose what to have in my apartment, on top of having posters like this, it would be art like this. It would be a complete clusterfuck, let's just be honest. Let's see. Yep, now we're back here. So now we've closed this loop. So now we can go into the house. Because I suspect... Oh, wait. There's money. Yeah, Boris Vallejo. I suppose that's how you pronounce it. Please forgive me if not. Another perfect example. It's just these old school D&D fantasy artists. And that's kind of what I want to call them, because let's face it, you look at that and the first thing you think of is D&D. There is something very appealing about that. Oh, wait. I see, so they have people here too. Let me guess, is that Riven?
It's locked.
Yeah, that's probably the camp. Hello, ma'am, and who are you?
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I have your attention for a minute?
Good evening, sir. My name is Giselle Paxton, but I don't have time for men like you.
Have we met before?
No, but I just need to look at your fancy clothes to know that you must be desperate to visit the docks at night.
That's quite judgmental of you.
Sir, I've led enough strikes when I had a job to identify you as an enemy of the working class.
An enemy of the working class.
May I ask what you do for a living?
I'm killing myself scraping for a living. And you? Have you ever had to struggle in your entire life?
As I told you, I'm a doctor. You have to work a lot to earn that title.
Oh, a doctor. Born with money in a nice house, were we? Was Daddy a banker or a doctor himself?
Why such hatred? Are you judging me by my clothes and my job?
Course I am. Fuck, you're so blind. You don't even see your privilege. Lazy people like you disgust me.
She's a very lovable person, isn't she?
What can you tell me about this vicinity?
Tell you what, just spend a few weeks here, and then ask me that question again. If you're still alive, I mean.
If you have something to say, say it. I'm getting tired of all this.
Oh. You want information instead? Well, here's some for you. Giselle Paxton does not like you at all, Doctor.
You don't know me, Miss Paxton, and yet you see me as an enemy.
Your manners, your clothes, your words tell me everything about you, sir. I know your kind, and you don't belong here.
You're right. I have never suffered from poverty. But that doesn't mean I don't fight it and its consequences.
I really doubt you ever had to fight for anything in your life, Dr. Reed.
Yeah. I'm sure I will not kill her.
You speak of strikes and class enemy. Am I right to assume you're involved in trade union activism?
You bet I am. Well, I was. Nowadays, I'm just another worker blacklisted by the big companies.
Hi. Do you want to be tucked in? Okay, I think Doggo wants to be tucked in. Be right back. There you go. No, he changed his mind. He saw the underside of the blanket and smelled that his lingering farts were probably still there and decided that it's not the time yet.
You lost your job. because of your beliefs.
Those bastards really hate a worker who refuses slave wages and unsafe conditions, especially when it's a woman.
Well, I mean, if you dealt with them as much as you talk to me, then I am not overly surprised.
Isn't the whole point of trade unions to help workers in need? Why don't they support you?
A few nights back, I lost the money my companions had asked me to hide. With me and my sister being penniless, they thought I stole it.
What really happened?
I drank too much that night. Strange men saw me count the money in that bar. Some sort of militia in uniform. I'm sure they robbed me.
Well, I mean, if you're that reliable that you count money that has been entrusted to you in a public bar in this kind of... Do I have any comments for that?
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me?
What is it you want? Does he owe you money? Has he displeased your Royal Highness? I'm no snitch, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
At least she is healthy. Let's see if we have any more things we can steal here. Oh, I see Swanborough is here too. You know, for being a place in the middle of an epidemic that is running out of medication, they do hide codeine in the weirdest places. Just look at this, it's full of resources, it's just waiting here. You could rebuild half the city with this. Now let's see. Who are you?
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Can I help you?
A fancy doctor lurking at night by the docks? Not fishy at all.
And what about you? Working outside at night in this dangerous part of town?
You want to know my secret? I'm trying to earn money. And I'm Lottie Paxton, by the way.
Paxton. Wasn't there another Paxton? I mean, they don't seem related, but I thought there was another Paxton somewhere. So yeah, Lottie and Giselle. No, maybe not. I mean, I feel like if there is another Paxton, then they probably would have seen, would have shown it as a connection.
Is it not dangerous to work here at night?
As long as I have good legs, I can run away from trouble. The sad saint now provides me and my sister a bed and a roof. I don't want to lose that.
Hold on, we're having real performance issues in here. I'm gonna... Let's disable the hand tracking. I don't need my hands right now. And let's see if that helps. Yeah, I'm not sure what is going on with the performance today, but yeah, crappy old gaming PC.
Are you homeless, Miss Paxton?
Mr. Hampton's night asylum is our new home now. It's a safe place for me and my sister.
Okay, hold on. Now it's flickering. Just gotta minimize that. My apologies for all the interruptions.
What can you tell me about the Sad Saint?
It's just the nickname of Sean Hampton, the sad saint of the East End. He gave me shelter, and he's not always sad.
What can you tell me about this place? How are things here?
It may be okay for a strong girl like me, but a dandy doctor from the city like yourself, you better watch your back, Mr. Reed.
You really think I should go back to a safer place, miss?
No, I think you had better stay and help as many people as you can. Just avoid the wet boot boys. Those bastards are worse than the epidemic.
Yeah, she does seem a bit weird, but I'm not quite sure what's wrong with her yet. And how she's related. I mean, I suppose they are sisters. Though we haven't had a female couple yet. And I wouldn't be surprised if they mixed it in just because.
Which local dangers must I avoid?
Well, the gangs, the thieves, the drunks, the jobless. A man with your fancy clothes will attract a lot of attention.
Well, I am not someone so easily intimidated.
Glad to hear that. And if you get into trouble, you can always seek help at Hampton's shelter. No one would dare to be violent there.
Yeah, I imagine that they are probably sisters. I feel like having a gay couple in this setting is already pushing it, but having a lesbian couple, I feel like in this day and age would not have been a very common thing or even gone over well. I feel like even... Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. As much as I would love to see another same-sex couple, I mean, they were there. They weren't public in any way.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me?
Mr. Hampton must be in his office at the night asylum he manages, I suppose. Why do you want to see him?
He was a patient of mine at the Pembroke Hospital, but he left abruptly.
I see. Well, Mr. Hampton is a discreet and dedicated man. I'm sure you'll find him soon enough.
Yeah, I imagined if they are in there, they were literally in there because message.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Because you want the representation. Let's be honest.
Seymour worries me.
You don't want to,
Perhaps Sean knows something about him.
you know, play a game and then only have middle-aged white man. So I 100% support it. It's just, if you put it in, it's also, you know, how do you approach it? How do you treat it? Like, I really love how they handled the gay couple. Because in the end, they were just two soldiers that were sticking through one of the worst times of their life together. And yes, if that does it, it really helps you get together. The bomb exploded just after dawn in front of the Dawson & Dawson munitions factory, the largest employer in the district. The detonation smashed the windows of all factories in North Southwark. It's a miracle only 2 people died in the attack, confirmed Chief Superintendent Alexander Brighton. I kind of expected that I would get another note from that. Oh, hold on. Dog has re-decided.
Oh, no, you don't. Good. See you later. Good.
Yeah, now he's tucked in. But yeah, since it was released about 5 years ago, there is a good chance that they would just put it in for, you know, to send a message. And that's fine with me.
It's
Okay,
locked.
that is locked. Let's just see if we have anything else up here. No, nothing. But we got a blink here. And then one over here somewhere. Yep, there.
Sean knows something about him.
Thank you for the headpats. Oh, wait, what is that? Oh, that was just moving in the wind, okay. Well, then let's go down, since there doesn't seem to be anything else upstairs. Yeah, I mean, exactly, they always happened. Yeah, you always had people that suppressed it. You always had, you know, the typical people that would just live in in a hetero relationship because that's what's expected of you. And it's just the truth. It's, you know, if you grew up... Oh, burned letter. Miss Paxton, I recently heard that Hampton's shelter for months and money or support of any kind. Without a positive answer from you, I may be. My boys always get what they... I can't do this. This is horrible. But yeah, long term short, this is clearly a threat from the Wet Boot Boys for Paxton to pay. And yeah, it's, do you want to make it public? Like, this big question of, do you support it so much that you're willing to die for it? Because let's face it, if you go out into the street in 1918 UK, and say, hey, look at me, I'm gay. You know, there are places where you can't do that today because you'll get shot. I mean, yeah, there's a good chance that you might have been beaten up and left in the ditch. So, I'm not gonna judge anyone that kept it secret. I'm not even judging anyone that keeps it secret today, because we still have places where you can't do that. It's... yeah. And I just had this conversation with Kit yesterday about keeping records. It's like, take the whole transsexual issue we have here now, that when you're officially considered to have autism, some might reject your sex change because this or that. It's like, at which point do you become less than a human? And if you have on record that you have autism, it might get to a point where you are considered less than a human. You know, we have this happening today and here in the US, where if, imagine you have autism and you want to get a... we're on which I can say abortion. I'm not on YouTube, I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna get demonetized because I'm not monetized, so that's easy. But yeah, if you're today in a place where you have to worry that you have no control over your own body because someone at some point diagnosed that you have something that might make you untrustworthy with your own decisions. It's not like this never happened in the history, and it's not like we can't see this ever happening again. It's... yeah. Don't let people know if you don't feel comfortable fighting the fight. Now, let's see. So there was nothing else downstairs. And there is nothing else upstairs, so I don't think this area has anything. So, let's just talk to her again. Now that I have a bit more info. Let's see if she can talk. Yes, she can talk about the letter.
Lottie, tell me about the Wet Boot Boys. I know they've threatened you.
Edwina Cox wanted me to provide her with information about Mr. Hampton's resources. I refused.
Is that not dangerous?
Fuck them and their lies. They claim they protect the interests of the neighborhood, but they are just greedy parasites like all the rest.
Yeah, let's ask if she's safe.
I understand your fight, but the gangs are no joke. Are you sure you're safe?
I can defend myself. My only concern is about Giselle. I'm not sure my sister is able to fight anymore.
Yeah, Dr. Turing. Wonderful example. Melina, 100% agree. Didn't he recently... There was a really good movie about him, wasn't there? About his life. Oh yeah, of course, with... yeah, Cucumber Batch. The Imitation Game. I heard... Amazing movie. If you haven't watched The Imitation Game, it's a historical drama film with Cumberbatch, about Turing's life. And yeah, that was the most recent, and I know the one before that was called, what was it? The Code Breaker, I think? Yeah, The Code Breaker. That was like 3 years earlier, and yeah, I mean, Turing is one of those people. You just gotta make movies about him.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
I know I promised you I'd make everything.
I still have to watch The Hobbit at some point, solely for the reason of Cumberbatch. Oh, he was just in here, I see. I thought we would have to find him. But let's first steal everything he has. Forgive me, God, for what I'm about to confess. Sometimes I wish I'd never saved Dyson Delaney from drowning when he fell in the canal. There, I said it. Please forgive me, Lord, for I am just a sinner. Dyson may be the most frustrating case I ever had to deal with since I opened my night shelter in the East End. For years I have tried to understand why this man regularly makes me so irritated, and I think I recently found why. Dyson has stopped fighting, for good and forever. I've met so many heavy drinkers in my life, men and women, rich and poor, young and old. I've witnessed their fight with their demons, their past, their guilt and their failures. Sometimes they can put a name on this inner evil of theirs. Sometimes they have never been able to identify the real cause of their despair. But in most cases, for these men and women, to drink is a way to keep fighting. Of course, it is a useless and destructive form of a struggle, but at least his self-destruction means that something makes them suffer, and they still fight against this pain they feel so deep inside. Even a severe alcoholic like William Bishop keeps struggling with his addiction and asking for a salvation, for the light of Christ, and as long as they wish to see this light, there is a place for hope. Dyson Delaney has no hope left. He does not drink to smother his pain. No, I'm now convinced he conscientiously drinks for the sadist joy of smothering all hope. I really don't know what is a worse sin, to deliberately cast away hope from your own heart, or complacently bask in self-destruction. Yeah, he's still one of those. It's like I feel if I would kill him, I would probably do him a favor. He wants to die. But it's just horrible. But hey, Alex, how are you today? Hope you're having a good Friday? I'm here, I'm playing video games, so I'm definitely having not the worst Friday. Let's see what we have here. Just money. Let me see if we can loot anything else before we talk to him. Yeah, Dr. Turing was found dead at his home in 1954. And yeah, it's like it was often considered a suicide, but I don't think we'll ever know exactly what happened. And yeah, I do have to watch The Imitation Game. I'm really looking forward to watching that now that I remember it's a thing and I never watched it. But yeah, Turing was an amazing person. Oh, yeah, it's Friday. Wait, it's Saturday for you? I mean, I suppose I can't argue because for me it is also Saturday. Not theoretically speaking, but I work Sunday through Thursday, so the Friday for me is always a Saturday. It's kind of how I see it.
Why the long face, Doctor?
Let's see, what did we... Oh yeah, he's already maxed. So, wait, it is 12:40? Okay, now I have to ask Alex, where do you live? Where is it 12:40 right now? That sounds like... somewhere in Asia, I would assume. Like... Without doing a lot of math, I would have said Australia. Yep. Because I'm like... I think if it was like Singapore, you'd be like 1 or 2 hours earlier. I think the only one that is already Saturday is Australia. How's it going down under? Oh yeah, so Sean Hampton is... we rescued him, and then he chomped one of our people dead before he escaped. I assume that's Modern Warfare 2, right? Because if you're grinding Mech Warrior 2, then I want to watch. I haven't seen that in a few decades. We have both changed a lot.
It looks like we both have changed a lot. I must confess, it saddens me, Sean.
Put your faith in the Lord, Doctor. He has a plan for all of us. We may not always see it, but he does.
Since you left Pembroke, the amount of blood that has been shed, it's hard to believe you, Sean.
Ask what you will. As the Lord is my shepherd, I will not speak a lie to you.
Aren't you afraid of what you've become?
We are blessed, Doctor. Can't you see it? The Lord has made us able to walk amongst the plague and aid those that need it.
Do you think this is a blessing when God's own house and holy symbols repel you?
If that is your burden, Doctor, so be it. But I do not fear the cross, nor am I forced to take the life of another. My kind doesn't share your imperfections.
Yeah, I think he's naughty.
But you must drink blood now to survive.
No, not your scripture. Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. So saith the Lord. I only need to eat flesh, no blood.
I mean, you know, if you see it like this, then he's a very Catholic priest.
Why return here?
This is my home. These people are my flock. You will always find me where I am needed.
Wonders never cease. Scal managing an asylum.
And what of you? A vampire doctor? Meals laid out before you. Yet you restrain?
And what about William Bishop? He tried to take care of you. But this hunger, this thirst, cannot be restrained.
Alas, poor William. He had a good soul, but was weak in spirit. He could not shake the thirst for booze, never mind blood. But have faith. My will is far stronger than his.
Yeah, I suppose it's a lot of sense. If you see it, it's not the symbol itself. Because he's wearing a cross. And I don't think that cross it has any power left. It's out of mana.
Why did you kill Miss Jones at the Pembroke Hospital?
Killed old Harriet? You must be mad, Doctor. Why would I do such a thing?
But you were close to her.
Of course. But she was lost. Separated from the fold. She did not see the hand of the divine in my blessed condition.
Hey, Snoodle. How are you? Good morning.
So you claim Miss Jones' death was not by your hand, nor the other incidents at Pembroke?
Though Harriet was an angry, spiteful woman, she was one of God's creatures. I have nothing but love for all he has made.
People have been murdered. I've seen the blood. I don't believe you can be trusted.
Have a little faith, Doctor. If you will follow, I will guide you to the light.
How do you plan to do that?
Take this key of the old sewers. The entrance is by the riverbank, south from here. There you'll find all the proof you need.
Thank you for the head pets. You know, if the quest items give me any indication on how far we are through the game, then I feel like this really violates that feeling. The fact that we haven't
Did you
even
know
seen
that
the last one.
Dalton's noodle is cute?
He is. Definitely.
Very well. You have definitely intrigued me. I hope you're right, Sean.
I'll be here when you return. If you still think I'm a threat then, well, I surrender myself to your judgment.
Okay, that is not quite the outcome I expected, to be honest. But I'm really curious, so I am heading down there to take a look. And thank you, Melina. I don't know how I deserve it. I don't know what would make me cute, but I am not gonna fight it. I will just quietly accept it there. Crap, where do I have to go? Okay, no, turn around. This way? Yes, this way and through here.
Lost your horse, Governor? Or are you just out of your mind?
Okay, let's see if Giselle.
What do you want?
Rainbow Moxie comes from redeeming the... Yep. This one. Isn't it good? I love it so much. I have to admit, when I got the texture for this avatar, the eyes were the first thing that just popped up. I just love the detail she put in the eyes. I'm kind of sad because the person who actually did the texture for this avatar, she stopped doing textures after this. Which is really sad, because I would love to, you know, give her a reference and just have people... No, she doesn't do textures anymore. Nowadays, she does not safe for work furry gear. How about we just call it not safe for work furry gear? All the things. All the things you can imagine. Like from... I just recently checked her out again, from sex toys to masks to, yeah, sex cells.
Well,
Okay.
I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
And yeah, this is also something that is really interesting difference between, say, Germany and the US. In Germany, we have sex shops. You know, we have shops where you will actually go and you can look at dildos and you can look at flashlights and you can, you know, look at these things, and they have like a blow-up doll that you can touch and inspect, and they sell porn videos and all of that. And every city in Germany has a few of those, and they're in public places, and there's nothing shameful about that. And then you come to the US, where it's actually illegal in some states to have one. It's just... So, just because you're not allowed to buy a dildo, it means the world is a better place, I'm sure. No comments. So yeah, I can see why mail order works a lot better here. Some of our scouts recently spotted the presence of a certain Ichabod Throckmorton near the East End docks. You'll probably see him patrolling the place at night, claiming that he's a specialist of vampire extermination. The man is a fraud, not even a real con man, for he does not charge anybody for the work, but he clearly has no clue what he's talking about. If he ever approaches you for some joint hunt or collaboration, refuse and let him go. In a leech fight, the man is nothing more than bait. But yeah, that's exactly what I mean. It's like, you know, people are gonna do it anyway, and if you know, if you don't allow them dildos, then other things will be used. You know, surprise, bananas and cucumbers have very, very likable shapes. Yeah, with a place like this, I can see why people then mail order. Nothing wrong with it. It's a great way to get what you want without having other people know that you got it. Oh, man. Man? No, I need to record Dalton saying man at some point and make it a voice redeem. That is a fact. I need this. And if you don't know the Dalton Snoodle, I'm gonna do this myself because I don't think I ever did this. Thank you. I want to make sure this also works. Yes, it still works. If you don't know the Dalton, if you don't know the Snoodle, please follow him. He is one of the most entertaining and sweetest people on Twitch. Yes, you heard it here first. He doesn't stream as often as I wish he would, but whatever he does, he streams for like 8 hours non-stop, so that makes up for it.
We need to call for reinforcements. Hey, to each man is...
God, this one is strong. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Ow, no, 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 stop it. Come on. Ah. Ignore me. Let's do this again. Yeah, most commonly you see Dalton play the weird games. Like Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Love it. It's a really good game. But yeah, let's try this again, but this time I'm gonna go in not without blood. Yeah, it could have just stunned him. I kind of fucked that attack up. There. One less. Let's see. This is not where we went earlier, is it? Not at all. Yeah, let's wait for them. Okay. I suppose they're done. I like those garlic launches. There. And now we're full on blood again.
Back in the train!
They should have given him at least like a bayonet in front of his flame garlic launcher. The fact that he only has that garlic launcher, I feel like he must have really pulled the short straw. Now let's see, which one was the bad one? Him, yeah. So let's get the firearm out of the way.
We need to call for reinforcements.
attack. There we go. Now let's first heal. And then let's get some blood. There. That worked a lot better this time around. Now let's make sure we have all the loot here. Yeah, there's a skull over there, so let's clean out here first. Yeah, neck nipples are best nipples. And then we have this guy's loot. And I'm not gonna go down there yet, because I suspect that's where we have to go. That's the sewer entrance, that's why they were waiting in front. I wanna clear out here first. Okay, I suppose we could use him to heal fully. Especially if he keeps hitting us. There. Let's see if we have any other loot here. No. Nothing here. But there. Here's the famous Shadow Roll. This was always entertaining because I never watched Yu-Gi-Oh! I wasn't a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! But at some point I figured out that this whole Shadow Realm is a thing. So I then watched a few episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! In Germany. And it was so brutal. People died and stuff. So yeah, as it turned out, we actually had the Japanese version of Yu-Gi-Oh! In Germany and not the Funimation version. And I still had no interest. I suppose I was a little bit too old when Yu-Gi-Oh! Came out.
This could be the public house Giselle Paxton mentioned. I should investigate further.
Because it always felt like a show only made for the sake of selling cards. And, you know, okay, Pokemon was the same. I mean, the Pokemon show was not created as entertainment, it was created to promote a franchise. But with Pokemon, you didn't have that feeling. Where Yu-Gi-Oh! It just felt like a sales pitch to me. So maybe I was a bit too old to still fall for that, or enjoy it, or...
Giselle's stolen money.
Oh, nice. Here's the money collected by the comrades to support the next strike. Please keep it safe until the bloody supervisors stop asking questions and snooping around.
Priwen has some unethical ways of financing their war.
No, someone has to like Yu-Gi-Oh! There are people out there who watch it. There are people out there who play the game. There are adults out there who play the game. During the show, I worked in a store selling video games. And yes, we sold Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. And I got so sick of people coming in, the kids that came in, my boss at one point allowed them to touch the packages to see if they want to buy them. So we became like the one store in the city where all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Kids came and then touched all the booster packs and bent them a little and like twisted them a little and then judged on which one will have the special cards and bought those only. And spoiler, it didn't work. It didn't work. I think my boss sold like 3 times as many Yu-Gi-Oh boosters because he allowed the kids to touch and bend them. But they still opened them and they still didn't get their foil cards. It's like, I love Magic. I played Magic the Gathering online. If you haven't heard of that, imagine a Windows 3.1 looking, or Windows 95, I suppose it's closer looking interface with digitally purchased booster packs and digitally purchased cards and no story, and you literally just played other people. It was essentially just a graphical user interface to purchase digital Magic cards and play them. And I even played that. Not for long, and I didn't have a lot of fun. But I always wanted to get into these trading cards. I always loved the idea of collecting. I just never got into the playing. So maybe I was not the right person for Yu-Gi-Oh! I suppose I just started collecting video games instead and found my designation there. I suppose that's where we come back. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there are actually any Yu-Gi-Oh! Games right now where you can spend physical money to buy boosters. That has nearly completely died. I mean, if you want that, you just go and pay Blizzard now. It's not like you don't have the trading card games. I mean, most of them are just mobile games by now. Okay, so before I push and turn anything, I want to take a look down here. Yeah, I'm fine with trading card games that you purchase and then you earn everything in-game. I'm 100% fine with that. I have a problem when you push people to buy boosters and buy this and buy that, because it's like, it's already weird selling a physical booster for $5, but you get physical cards. But the justification to sell digital boosters for $5 in a digital game that has no shortage of goods, just, it always felt wrong to me.
That doesn't work.
Okay. Randomly pushing a button doesn't work. You heard it here first.
So that's it. These wheels control the water level.
Okay, so if I open both, what happens?
That doesn't work.
Then this blinks. Do I have to raise the water level further? Probably. That just closes it. Let's see if there's anything in here.
That gate should shut properly now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, it's not like, you know, there's a justification for selling 10 cards for $5. So oh, Eternal. Oh, Eternal. There's a zombie in my lawn. On my lawn. In my yard. In my... Shit, what was the song? Sunflower? Oh. I am sorry, but... Plants vs. Zombies. And just to make sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. Because there's only one you can talk about. This is not from 2009. It's the Game of the Year edition. This came out okay, when did it come out? What? Oh my god, it was 2009? Has it only been 14 years? Jesus. But if you're not aware, Plants vs. Zombies, before it ever was anything else, was a flower defense game. Before, you know, before you had individually purchased items and you had the mobile game on phones, it was a PC game. It was a PC flower defense game against different zombies, using different flowers, using different weapons. It had a minor storyline. It took... How long did I play this? Jesus Christ, I played this for 41 hours. Any comments? I played this game for 41 hours. Buy it. If you have $5 around and you just want a freaking good time, buy it. Like, this is literally an order. If you have $5 and you have never played Plants vs. Zombies and you want to have a good time, you know what? You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna play you the song. Because this is my stream and I can do whatever I want, and I am now playing you that song. I just need to figure out where I need to put it. Hold on, it should be here, yes. Oh, wait, you should hear that, shouldn't you? Yeah. How can you not love this?
1, 2, 3. There's a zombie on your lawn.
I'm still gonna get muted for that. But it's totally worth it.
There's a zombie on your lawn. We don't want zombies on our lawn. I know your type, tall, dark, and dead. You wanna bite all the petals off of my head, and then eat the brains of the one who planted me here. No! I'm just a sunflower, but you need power and entire infantry. You like the taste of brains, we don't like zombies.
Thank you,
I
Dalton.
used to play football.
Football,
Well, just protect my head.
on his head,
I have a screen door
your shield.
shield. We are the undead.
There's a zombie on your lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn. We don't want zombies on our lawn. Maybe it's time to reevaluate.
So yeah.
I know you have a lot of food on your plate.
I will say it
Brains are
again.
quite rich in
Play it.
cholesterol. You're dead, so it doesn't matter. Instead, we'll use the solar power to make a lawn defense at any hour.
I like a tricycle. There's butter on my head. I'm gonna eat your brain. We are the undead.
There's a zombie on your lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn. We don't want zombies on our lawn.
Yeah, this was a very good intermission. Get ready to soil your plants. Just let that sink in. Just let it sink in. Get ready to soil your plants. Yes, I will stand by my word. If you have never played Plants vs. Zombies, just get used to the fact that it's a game that literally runs in 800 by 600. It's old. That's why I was surprised it's from 2009. It's a great game. And it has the crazy neighbor Dave. How can you not love Dave? Hey, Bit, how are you today? Good morning. Speaking of, can I get a shout out for Bit? If you're not following that bean, please do. Bit is one of our Critter Cottage mainstays and a amazing bean. And recently started streaming. I mean, it was last week, right? Yeah, I think it was last week. Oh, Melina. Oh, I have no comments. That is... Oh. That is a weird... Hold on, no. How... No, you're not yet, not old enough for Minecraft beta. Wait, that was only in 2010? Okay, I suppose you're old enough for Minecraft beta. Is Minecraft only 13 years old? I feel like it's been around for longer than 13 years. That is insane. Yes, only 13 years. You know, I play games that are older than that. I played EverQuest 2 yesterday. I'm pretty sure EverQuest 2 alone is older than 13 years. And that doesn't even count EverQuest 1 and its 47 expansions. Also, I will accept bets. Will my Twitch VOD and my YouTube VOD be muted? I would say yes. I'm pretty sure EA has put a claim on PopCap's song there. Let's see what we have here. Nothing really. Okay, so there has to be more than... Pac-Man! I have never enjoyed Pac-Man. I've never been a person that actually enjoyed these old school arcade games. Like, I think the first old school arcade game I had was Q-Bird on my Atari 7800. Q-Bird to me was the very first game that was created with an artificially difficult control scheme. Okay, yeah, that works now. Just so you can have a hard time learning it. And yeah, I agree a bit. Unfortunately, I grew up in a city with only 60,000 people in Germany, and we never had an arcade. The first time I actually saw an arcade machine was when I was like 30 years old in that city. Yes. Thank you, kid. It turns out I'll Hit You was censored by Twitch. I'll hit you. I love it.
I'm Cute Crash, by the way.
Yeah, this stuff always entertains me. I don't know why. But at the same time, I do feel slightly hesitant to turn the auto mod off in case someone ever comes in and just throws gamer words around. Yeah, I know. Comes into my stream and threatens to beat up my viewers. Yeah, I gotta look at those filters. Maybe you can remind me on Discord real quick. Oh, there was a teleporter. I heard him.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
I'll definitely take care of that later. But I mean, as long as I have attentive mods that click the button faster than I can switch out of the game, I'm fine with that. Oh, I feel awesome, Bit. I gotta admit, taking Tuesday and Thursday off, it annoyed me. It really did, because I don't want to take off. There is
It's locked, all right.
This urge of, hey, I'm a streamer now. I should keep my schedule. That's what it's for. But yeah, I feel a lot better today than I did this week. Oh, what are you? Oh, that's Escalon, isn't it? Escalon's Law, whatever his name was.
These maggots have escaped the wrath of Ascalon for too long. It is time to purge the sewers of their filth.
You again! The one they call the sewer dog.
Hold your tongue, newborn, or I'll crush you like a maggot.
You've let the beast consume you.
Finally! A touch of lucidity. You shall learn to respect the laws of Ascalon!
Hey, he's only level 18.
Your neck shall snap like a hare's brittle bones, newborn!
And so far, it doesn't seem to be an issue.
Dare challenge the dictates of Ascalon?
I just gotta keep dodging.
Whence you vanished, I'll slaughter these skulls while singing your name! And thine shall be a fair skull to adorn my mantle!
Okay, now we're talking.
Banshee, the hand that crushes all!
Come on. There are neck nibbles. Let's first make sure we're full health. And then another ultimate, which he interrupted. Let's do it again.
I shall tear thee apart and spill my blood to the foolish. Your neck shall snap like a hare's brittle bones, newborn.
Nope.
Your blood is now mine.
Where is he?
Down, stay down.
Come on, we're so close.
Slow as a snail.
Come on, come on.
shall crush you.
Add some blood because I do not want to risk losing.
Return to your apothecary and needles.
Oh, come on. Ah, no, no. Oh, come on.
Found your death in me.
I'm just gonna dodge until I have another ultimate. Oh, and then he disappears.
Stay down.
Come on, where are you?
Your blood is now mine.
Nope, it's not. There we go. Oh wait, I actually killed him? I could have sucked him a little bit more. If I knew I would kill him. He was sold as this uber powerful vampire, and now he dead. Yes, please, Bit. Yes, eternal. But yeah, I mentioned that, I think it was yesterday actually on Bit's stream, playing Pathfinder Kingmaker, and there is this... Oh yes, please, I want to hear that. There is this, I suppose he's a rogue or a scout or assassin. I actually don't know who's saying that, and he's always like, let me see your entrails, please. I can't do voices. I shouldn't even try, and I'm well aware of that. Oh, that's the wizard? I always thought that's your rogue. I never knew who said it. Because, yeah, I know you're playing a... What did you call it yesterday? Something wizard? Like a default wizard?
At least one skull escaped Fergal's wrath.
I know nothing about Pathfinder. So... whenever I watch anyone play Pathfinder, it's always interesting because I know very little about Dungeons and Dragons and nothing about Pathfinder. But I know someone who is really excited.
The poor creature is bleeding to death. He cannot be far.
But yeah, I heard you're having your test game today. Toru Iwatani. Toru Iwatani. That name rings a bell. Received a certificate from Guinness World Records for Pac-Man having the most coin-operated arcade machines installed worldwide. Was Toru Iwatani? Was that the Konami? No, he did something after that. I know him for something else. He didn't just do Pac-Man, did he? What did he do after? Oh yeah, oh wow, okay. So he designed Pac-Man and Super Pac-Man and Ridge Racer. No, he was just the producer for that. But yeah, he's the Namco guy. Pac-Man, Galaga, Pole Position, Ridge Racer, Time Crisis. Oops, that's not where I wanted to click. Ridge Racer. I loved Ridge Racer. Which one? Okay, now I gotta check. There is a Ridge Racer on Steam. Unbounded. Ridge Racer Unbounded is what it was called. I hate to admit it, I loved that game. The soundtrack, the speed of racing, and it has really low ratings on Steam nowadays because it was just a shit game. But as a non-console player, I loved it. I loved Ridge Racer. It's just this speed racing with drifting and stuff just doesn't feel like a very PC typical racing style. You see that on console, but not on PC, so... Yeah, Ridge Racer was great.
How could he have made it this far? There's blood everywhere.
Oh, I suppose we found someone that has a lot of blood. Let me guess, I gotta go up? Probably. I'm gonna check here first. Oh, no, okay, I gotta go down, so let's check this corner first then. And thank you for the head pets.
Safe we are, still. Drink now.
Oh, vampire crew.
This isn't the blood of a vampire, but it will quench your thirst.
I see. Well, I suppose we're meeting a new person.
This is our domain, not yours. You've been warned.
Wait, I saved you from this creature. That must count for something.
Thank you. Now go. Go back to the streets and houses. There is no love lost between us, Vampire. But thank you.
Are you the sewer dog? I think that's a really good introduction, isn't it? 1d100. Okay, okay, hold on, I'm testing this. Roll 1d100.
I can only roll dice with 3 to 20 sides.
Why? 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 I just ask my Google device to roll a 1d100 and it's literally incapable of. It only has dice up to a d20 in there. Why? This makes zero sense. No comments. Okay. Okay, hold on. Actually, you just call them Vampyr, Alex. Literally the same word, but without an E at the end. Wait, hold on. I'm pushing now. Roll 2d10.
You rolled 4 and 4 for a total of 8.
Okay, so you took 44 damage. I can count that. That works. There, 44 damage.
Sean Hampton sent me here. I believe he wanted me to find you. Who are you?
If you must know, they call me Old Bridget, and this shelter is where we live.
I'm Jonathan Reed. I'm a newborn Ekon. I'm afraid I'm not sure what's going on.
I shall not bend a knee, young Ekon, but I sense your pain. Ask, and I will afford you my attention.
Yeah, I'm like, this is the introduction that will just, like, exit out on my map, and I will never be able to talk to her again. Hello, ma'am. Are you the sewer dog?
Why was that creature after you?
Fergal is the blunt instrument of the Ascalon Club. His masters would see us dead or turned into slaves if they had their way.
What the hell was that thing? He wasn't an Ekon or a Scow.
They are known as Volkod, an ancient offshoot of immortals. Blood drives them, enrages them.
They do sound a lot like werewolves.
What of this Ascalon Club?
Vampire Society's elite in the Empire. They make the rules and enforce their judgment upon us whom they see as lessers.
So was it you that Sean Hampton sent me to find?
Perhaps. The sad saint was always kind to us. He must trust you if he revealed our location.
What kind of bird? What kind of bird is it? And I do damn sure hope you're talking about Pathfinder.
Sean is a Skal. All those I've encountered have been violent, crazed creatures. How can he be any different?
Maybe because he is the sad saint. Or perhaps because I am old Bridget of the Sewer Skulls.
Sean killed a patient of mine. And that's just one of the murders he's being hunted for.
If you refer to Harriet, she is now among us and under our protection.
Harriet Jones is alive. That's it. That's the proof Sean wanted me to find. I must talk to her.
No. Harriet is not alive. But you can speak to her. I must warn you, she is fragile and may not receive you warmly.
I don't understand.
She is filled with bile and hate. Her mind is sharp as a tack, but her body is so weak.
Among Us.
I've never seen its like before. She is resting in a room on the far right of this hideout.
Thank you. I will bear that in mind.
Interesting character. Is she... Oh, wait, here. This is where we need to go. No, she is not the pillar here either. And this is... Oh, this is West End anyway. This is somewhere completely different. But she is... She is... nothing, really. It's weird that I have NPCs in here that aren't actually on my list. Yeah. Since she's on the right side. I'm gonna follow the left side. Yeah, I really look forward to your Pathfinder campaign. I mean, I suppose it is gonna take place online when you're ready. I know today is gonna be more of a test run. But yeah, I'm really excited to see you actually host a Pathfinder campaign. Will be fun seeing you Beans play. Nothing up here?
Old Bridget says you are one to trust. Eternal gratitude for your protection, Master.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like being addressed as Master by Skulls. Well, on the other hand, I could enslave them
We're
all.
at your mercy. Will you end us?
Master. They all have something to say, huh?
How is London? I've not seen beyond these walls.
Nope, that just leaves the sewers again. Okay, so let's talk to her. She's probably in here. Yep. It is no coincidence that Econs are the most eminent and most numerous of all vampires. Acons are the true aristocracy of immortals, and, if I may add, they are the only ones able to stay at the top of the food chain. 1 second. No, my apologies. Everywhere I traveled, I only met Econs assuming mortal lives or forming an immortal society. Econs are the most human, most clever, and most educated of all vampires. Don't get me wrong here. I have nothing against more exotic species like Volcot, who share the gift of immortality with us. Most of them can prove useful. If proved canalize... I am not sure what it is with me today. Please keep throwing cats at me. Let's try this again. Most of them can prove useful if probably canalized toward a clear goal, but they lack the most important trait of all, the ability to mingle with mortals without being spotted. Therefore, the Escalon Club should only accept Econ of the highest lineage as member of its inner circle. Depending on circumstances, Volcots could be accepted as war dogs.
I'm Cute Crash, by the way.
Yes. Therefore, the Ascalon Club should only accept Econ of the highest lineage as a member of its inner circle. Depending on circumstances, Volcots could be accepted as war dogs or hunting hounds, as long as they obey our laws. Luckily enough, these lesser cousins have a natural tendency to submit and obey their masters. From Law of Ascalon by Lord Redgrave. Oh, cat launcher? And thank you for the lurk, Eternal. You probably have stuff to prepare and a dinner to make, and I know it's gonna be busy. If I'm not mistaken, you have like 2 hours left. Okay, we looted everything.
Hello, Harriet. Do you recognize me?
Yes, you were from the Pembroke Hospital. The young doctor. So full of secrets.
I have so many questions I need to ask you, Harriet. If you would.
I love questions. As for the answers, you may not like them.
She does sound a lot friendlier than she did back in the hospital.
How do you feel?
I can't see. I can't move. My body's burning. I feel as if I'm dying over and over again.
Have you tried to eat or drink something?
People here tried to feed me, but I'm just not hungry. I don't have the strength.
Does the pain ever stop?
It is not pain I feel. It's like I can't stop feeling every inch of my body. But at the same time, each muscle and bone is the wrong place.
Your room, the blood. What brought you to fake your death in such a gruesome fashion?
To see if I would be mourned.
Why flee with Sean Hampton?
Oh, it's always a pleasure to see a saint fall to sin. But the coward still won't kill.
Do you take pleasure in causing so much pain and sorrow?
Nobody gave a damn about me. Not a tear shed. Poor Harriet. Always the discarded.
Why did you come here?
And why not? This is where I live now. Leave me be.
Will you respect old Bridget's wishes? Will you obey her?
Bridget is kind. She only needs to keep me fed and I'll be good.
So you desire to stay here?
Yes, I'm with my own kind. Birds of a feather, so to speak. Poor Harriet. Always alone.
I have a question of the utmost importance to ask. Will you answer?
Questions, questions, questions. The good doctor, always searching for answers.
Do you remember what you did after leaving the hospital? Did you kill anyone?
First, a question from me. You answer first.
Very well then. What do you want to know?
Are you like me? Are you also dead?
Yeah, I think let's just go for we're both undead.
We are not dead, Harriet. Death no longer pertains to us. We are different.
I like what I am. I truly do. I relish the pain that courses through me.
I know you fled the hospital with Sean Hampton. Did you or Sean kill anyone in your flight? Anyone? Try and remember.
I will not lie. I wanted blood, and I wanted revenge, and Sean pulled me from it, brought me here instead. But the shadows heard my prayers. The shadows killed that bastard.
Who was that man? The one murdered in the street?
He used to be my landlord. I lived here for many years before falling ill. Oh, he was an awful man. Disgusting and cruel. So cruel.
You sought vengeance by your own hand, and someone else obliged you. Very convenient. Don't lie to me.
I don't lie. I saw him near the docks, and rightly I wished him dead. And I am happy he is. It's true. But I didn't kill him. I was too tired.
Shadows? Tell me what you saw.
The shadows, they heard me and answered. Something in the deep darkness, quick, deadly. It asked me if I wanted revenge. I answered, yes.
And these shadows, this presence, do you still hear it? Was it a vampire? Did Sean see it?
It spoke only to me, and now it is silent, but it is born of hatred. And it will kill again. And it hates you, Doctor. Oh, it hates you.
What makes you say that?
It whispered your name, Dr. Reed. It wanted to know who you were and where you went.
Questions about me? What did you say?
Nothing, Doctor. I said nothing. There was nothing it didn't already know. Oh, I'm tired now. Let me rest.
It's interesting. And yes, Melina, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I'll gladly accept being a cutie, if that is what I am. And I do agree. Just in general, cats for everyone.
No more questions, Dr. Reed.
Have you found the answers you were looking for, young Ekon?
There is too much left unanswered. So many questions.
Get to know us. Spend time with us. And I may be willing to answer more questions.
Thank you, Bit. You go enjoy your... I suppose you're not streaming today. Since the Pathfinder game takes place. But yeah, you have a wonderful Friday. And yeah, see you next week. Thank you for coming on in.
Why do you live here? Amongst the filth and vermin?
Live. Here we hide.
What are you hiding from?
From the guilt, the shame, from the hunters and the light. And of course, our past.
Why don't you leave the city? Hide somewhere far from the Guard of Priwen, the Ascalon Club.
We are the Sewer Skulls. This is our domain. We have run as far as we can, and now we hide.
Your diction, your words. You do not carry yourself like most Skulls I've encountered.
True. I'm not like most Skulls.
You were once someone else. What happened to you?
It is as sad as it is long, young Ekon, but it will remain mine.
She sounds like a really interesting character.
Can I be of service to you?
We ask but one thing. Reveal to no one our secrets. Do not betray us.
For how long have you been in hiding here?
Skulls have been hiding under London since vampires first entered the city.
Where did you hide before the sewers?
We claimed ancient tunnels, forgotten caverns, catacombs. We are skulls, groveling beneath the feet of our makers.
What manner of creature is Harriet? She is different from everyone else.
I really don't know. I'm not even certain she's a skull. I've no idea as to what blood made her.
What is a skull, in fact, in your honest opinion?
The progeny of a vampire, disavowed by her maker. Perhaps a fruitless branch of a noble tree. A word used to enslave us. I cannot say.
You mentioned that vampire blood has tremendous potency. You believe it to be stronger than your own?
The vampire's sweet blood. That rich, dark wine that we crave. For it made us, and it can sustain us.
I thank you for your time, madam. I must go back to Hampton now.
Your kindness has been ample payment, Ekon. To protect us, I'll close the access to our hideout, but you can use our shortcut to reach Mr. Hampton's shelter. Just follow the arrows.
I'm glad someone put arrows up.
I hope we'll meet again.
I wonder if it's the same guy that put the arrows up in Hi-Fi Rush. He just like took a little detour down here. Let's see, what was over here? Okay, more people. Let's see, who are you?
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Don't you know this is a quarantine zone?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating the epidemic. You had better get to a safe place while you still can.
Oh, really? Well, go investigate somewhere else and leave me be.
I beg your pardon?
I said go. Leave me alone, sir.
I've been staring at this box in the background the whole time. Like, this is maybe the laziest moth animation I have ever seen. I just love it. Oh, I suppose he's not talking to me.
Sir, you have no idea what could happen to you if you stay here. Why don't you go home?
For fuck's sake. Do I have to punch you in the face to make you disappear? Leave me be!
It's my duty to insist. Death lurks everywhere. I must ask you to go back home.
I'm safe here, don't you get it? I'm better off risking the flu than catching a bullet. Am I clear enough?
I see. Well, since you are obviously hiding from a threat, don't you have a safer place to go?
Do you think I'm stupid? The Night Asylum, the Turquoise Turtle, even Miss Gillingham's attic. I tried them all. No, this is my only chance.
Miss Chillingham's attic. Yay. If you can't hear it yet, you will soon. We're having garden work done outside. Was that a dead end? No, that wasn't. So if you suddenly hear lawnmowers and stuff, I apologize. It's one of the downsides of apartments. And whenever they do garden work, they always do it with as many people as possible and as loud as possible. That's what it always feels like. But let's see, so we gotta go back up here. Well, hello again. Do you want to be tucked in again? No? He's just staring there like 3 feet away.
Old Bridget says you are
staring
one to
at me.
trust.
He loves doing that when he's undecided on what he actually wants to do right now. If you ever stare at your Steam library and go like, ah, Fuck, I don't know what I want to play today. My Puggle feels like that every day. Probably gonna go and take a very short break anyway, now that we're out of here, because I do need to use the restroom. So let's just head on back to Sean. Just so we're out of this area. And then I will take a quick 5-minute break.
It's locked, all right.
Okay, that is... Oh. Someone's telling me something is coming. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that gentle warning. So let's stay down here. Yeah, let's take a very short break. And then I suspect something is gonna happen when I go upstairs. I mean, let's face it. Something is happening down here too. There are lots of dead people and crosses and books and... Yeah, I'm curious what's up there, and if you are, you'll find out in about 5 minutes. So yeah, let me just do it this way. There we go. So we have a little bit of background music. And I will be right back. So, be right back, you cuties. And here I am again. Yes, I know, it's a really good tale. It is a really good tale. It's, in retrospect, probably gonna be a problem because I've considered turning this into a fursuit. And spoiler, this is gonna be really difficult. Between antlers and the tail, it's not gonna be an easy fursuit. Unfortunately. Let's see if that will ever happen. But yeah, antlers alone. And then if you want a halfway tail, we're looking at thousands and thousands.
It's locked.
Well then, let's see what I was not meant to see.
Welcome back, Dr. Reed. Would you like to take communion with me now?
Sean, are you eating raw flesh?
It is the sacred flesh of the mortal lamb. Our Lord's bountiful transmutation for the sustenance of his believers. Thank you, Lord. I am your most humble servant.
So, true to your word, you waited for my return.
I told you, Dr. Reed, I was a man to be trusted. Did you have words with the poor Harriet?
You make no distinction between the living and the skulls, do you?
We are God's children, Dr. Reed. One and all. And he's determined to save us.
Yeah, I know.
Does this place belong to you? How can you be so certain you can keep it open?
This warehouse was once property of the Dawson family, but has been bequeathed me through donation.
The Dawsons? The wealthiest family in London? Have they a clue as to what goes on here?
Not at all. The donation was made before the war. The building was run down. I never met Aloysius Dawson myself.
Aloysius? Is that how you... Oh, Melina! Thank you so much, Eugene.
Breaking news. A wild Melina_Swiftwind was just spotted in the lobby of Moxie's Motel. A tier 1 critter.
Thank you so much for the sub. I feel honored that you think I deserve it.
So you have the run of the place and no one's taken notice?
As long as we keep to ourselves, we interest no one. This is a haven, and I pray it remains so for eons to come.
What will be the result if you continue to assist both Skulls and the living?
For the last decade, that's what's been happening. And they found a better life. What's to change?
Oh, Melina. That's okay, I got a good water filter. You gotta be ready for the weird things when you have all the wild animals in the lobby.
You're forgetting the epidemic. Things can go south very quickly. I've seen it.
Oh, these are terrible times. Only those pure of heart shall prevail.
Oh yeah, that means you actually still get the first marker. Because you're one of my first 10 people to subscribe. So, honor it forever. No one can take that away from you. But yeah, thank you so much for the support.
You've turned Skal now. Don't you see the danger to anyone giving you their trust?
We are all sinners, awaiting salvation. This is a simple truth, ordained by the Lord Almighty. I am a seeker of his glorious light.
He is a very interesting character.
Harriet, Miss Jones, has been behaving in a most violent manner. She's going to need special attention.
That's precisely the reason I brought her here. To meet old Bridget. She's the guide Harriet requires.
Who is this old Bridget?
I don't know, Doctor. She rarely speaks of her past, but I know she has a long one. She's likely the oldest soul in the city.
Harriet is possessed by her hatred. You cannot let her roam free. She's dangerous.
She has joined her own kind, Doctor. Old Bridget is a saint to the younger Scals, guiding them to salvation and peaceful existence.
I believe I've learned all I need to know. I'm certain you've killed no one, but one day I believe you'll cross the line.
Logic is a false prophet. Faith is the only path to salvation.
What do you mean?
We have been blessed with God's eternity. We are the instruments of his divine will. We shall feed the hungry forever and ever. Amen.
I have trouble with deciding on how I want to treat him. Like, he is by far, I think, my most difficult subject. Because he's clearly a good soul. He's a difficult soul. But I think he is still leaning towards the good side of things. He's still, like, he is clearly... Yeah, I think that is the best way to phrase it, Kit. He sounds useful, but I don't trust the game to let me carry it out the way that I feel like would be the right solution. Because in the end, he is helpful and I can't get rid of him. He is a pillar. Yeah, exactly. It's like he clearly provides more good than bad sides. So overall, if I can't kill him before slaughtering Edwina Cox.
I will strive to emulate your merciful nature, Sean, but it's a difficult pledge to make.
Give yourself over to God, Doctor. Expel your urges and kneel before the Lord in praise.
These urges... You know the hunger will never be satisfied.
I've come to embrace the everlasting craving. I have sworn to feed only upon the flesh of the dead. It is now my sacrament. Take, eat. This is my body. So saith the Lord.
Well, I suppose we're just gonna stare at this for another hour or so and then gonna end the stream. This is kind of my prediction now. Let's just play a different game. Let's just move on. Oh god. So let's go through the options. This, no. I don't think embracing is the right choice because I feel like, you know, just getting rid of him. No, he's doing good. Do I just want him to continue the way that he is? Or do I want to turn him, is the question. Because I am not 100% certain on either outcome. So if I spare him, I think that's the easy way out. He just continues his good job, and if he steps out of the bounds, then I can kill him. But what does turning really do? I mean, my understanding is that if I select this, then he becomes does he become my skull or does he become my Akon? Because my understanding is that he would become my Akon. Like he would, I mean, sorry, not Ikot, that he would become my thrall. Yeah, that he would become that person, but I think that would just turn into slavery. And he would just be a slave all over. I'm not sure how I feel about having my own slave. Like, with everything we've learned, I would feel really bad. Let me ask you like this, Ree. I'll be that honest with you. I am really bad with always catching the hints that are being dropped. I'm deaf to hints. Unfortunately, I'm horrible. But I am leaning towards despair. Because I feel like if he, as long as he only eats corpses, there is no harm. As long as he eats corpses, defends humans and skulls, he's essentially a benefit to the society. Or if I turn him, yeah, sure, I'll heal him through my blood, but I addict him to me. And yeah, you can't be sure. Because how do I know that what he was eating there wasn't a dick he cut off from someone 5 minutes ago? Yeah, I hate not knowing more details. Like, this is a really, really tough decision because I feel like I don't have all the answers. Okay, Ree, let me just outright ask. I mean, I'm sorry, that thing that was laying on his dish, I didn't want to say it during the animation, but it was either a finger, like a very straight finger, or some kind of sausage. So, I remember that Pritchard was talking about that they all came to kill them and that they are hiding there. But I didn't catch anything more relevant from it. Like, maybe I should have paid more attention. Yeah, I probably missed the big hint. Okay, I am asking, what was the big hint? Is there something you can say? Yeah, embrace, no. I think embrace is a no-go. Because embrace essentially means I kill him to get XP. And that's pointless. I don't need the XP and I don't need him to be dead. So that's kind of like a lose-lose. But it's these two. I am... Yeah, that I heard, that this is not the blood of the vampire, but it will quench your thirst. My understanding is that if he drinks a vampire's blood, then he becomes my thrall, but he is also, you know, he won't have that thirst anymore. But doesn't it just mean he will need my blood? That's probably my issue, Ree. I agree. So, well, let me ask like this. If I turn him, would he rely on keeping my, would he rely on permanently getting my blood? And yeah, that's my understanding. That's the same here. If I turn him, I am responsible for what he does. because he essentially becomes my thrall. I mean, that is still correct, right? So if I spare him, he stays his own individual being. But at the same time, if he stays his own individual being, I have no control over him. And like what I see out of it is that if I spare him, he will eventually eat human. Because he's just degrading slowly, he's decaying. At some point, he's probably gonna fall. So seeing that, I will keep the human safe by turning him. But at the same time, I am literally adopting a child. So, yeah, I think turn is the only viable option. And the fact that I lose XP just from a game design point tells me it's the right choice. So yeah, the three options. Embrace just means he dies and everything is over. But he's a pillar. He's important. Spare means that he has no control. He has these desires. And right now he's eating raw flesh. Who knows how long he can control that? He believes he can, but he can't. If I turn him, I control him, and I guide him. And he becomes essentially a mix of a slave and a thrall. But let's face it, just because you are a slave doesn't mean you're enslaved. Yeah. It's like I can turn him into my slave and then give him the freedom. Right now he's just... Yeah, so let's do that.
A discovery is vampire blood would enhance your metabolism, perhaps even heal you. If what old Bridget says is true, I'll give you some of mine.
I'd rather not. It would be extremely awkward.
You have no choice, Sean. It's the only way to protect your Cheptel, those still amongst the living.
No, Dr. Reed. God made me this way. Who am I to disobey his will?
You believe that God's plan was for you to be abandoned at birth?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
I can't imagine God intended for you to be molested by a priest in an orphanage. Drink, friend.
No.
I said kneel and drink. Now.
Ah, someone's going dominant. Yeah, I'm really curious about how this will play out. I'm really curious now.
Another corpse thrown in the streets. Someone's playing a very sick game.
Yeah, you go have a great day, Alex, and thank you so much for coming on in and saying hi. I hope you have a great day. Yeah, this is a really interesting twist. It's not quite what I expected. Let's talk to him first.
Mr. Throckmorton. Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed anything suspicious lately?
Oh, so the law of thrall doesn't actually apply here. So... But my understanding is still that my understanding was that the person who turned me should be somehow responsible for my actions. But does the Econ not count as a thrall either in that aspect? And hey, Avantlaws, how are you today? Hope you're having a good Friday. Looking forward to the weekend. Oh. Yeah, I suppose. Let's see what happens if I call him a fraud. I'm kind of curious.
You've never faced, let alone killed, a vampire, Ichabod. You're a fraud.
No, I'm not. I may embellish the truth concerning my achievements, but I'm totally dedicated to my quest.
Oh, you know what? That is a really, really good point, Ree. I am not the one who turned him. Yeah, he was never mine to control. I didn't think about that. Since I didn't feed a human, I fed a skull that was already turned by someone. I just help him regain his sanity. Yes, if you see it that way, then it does make a lot more sense. Okay, what am I gonna call him? Vampyphilus? Yeah. I mean, I'll admit I half expected that he would look a lot better after that treatment, like immediately, the way they usually do it in these games. Am I gonna call him a fool? A lunatic? Lunatic? Lunatic. Or tell him he has courage. You know what? Why not?
You have courage, Mr. Throgmorton. Perhaps that is all one requires to face the demons.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You'll see. One day I'll find and kill one of these monstrosities with my own 2 hands.
Oh, really? Fuck you.
Did you see what happened to him?
Actually, yes. He was thrown from the roof like a vulgar log.
Why is it that you sound so afraid?
You didn't see it. He was dead before he hit the ground. The strength required to do such a thing, well, it beggars belief.
Who could have done that?
Who? Well, a vampire, of course. Look, bite marks on the neck and lacerations here. There is definitely a vampire close by.
Okay, so yeah, they are more generic thralls. They are not necessarily my thrall. That makes a lot of sense.
Did you see what happened to him?
Actually, yes. He was thrown from the roof like a vulgar log.
Goodbye, and good hunting, Mr. Throgmorton.
So here's a question for you, Belina and Ree. Either of you played Vampire the Masquerade? What was the first one called? Redemption? Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. So before Bloodlines. The one that started in Poland in like the medieval era. Beautiful game. If you ever feel like having a unique vampire dungeon crawler, take a look at that. It's a mix of RPG and dungeon crawler, and one of the really interesting aspects of that game was that it used a lot of the Eastern European mythology and lore. So for example, you were actually hunting a golem in Prague and these things. And the interesting part of it was that at some point you actually do a time warp and you then play in the modern day, which I always thought was a really, really curious decision. Really interesting game. If you ever want to play an old RPG / dungeon crawler, play Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. Gotta tell you a fun story about that. Because when that game came out, It came out in a collector's edition that I regret so much losing. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, there it is. Because this sold for $400. I had it in a coffin. This coffin is literally about 2 feet tall and would be large enough for a child. And that's how the game arrived. It arrived in a 2 feet child coffin. We actually stored this coffin in our basement and then had a horrible, horrible leak, and it destroyed it. But yeah, the fact that this was a video game coffin, I loved it. And it's actually funny because this is also the German packaging, which does make me wonder if this was ever actually released in this version outside, because I've never seen it before. But yeah, it was a nightmarish incident. I lived on the 3rd floor of a 12-story building, and my basement had the sewage pipe from the 9 floors above burst. So all the shit, all the feces, all the bathwater of 9 floors of apartments was raining into my storage compartment, and it destroyed everything. From this coffin to my Ultima 9 collector's edition, to leather books, to boots, to jackets, to documents, to photo albums. I spent all night barefoot picking up feces with a bucket and running it into the pool area and shoving it into their restroom in the apartment building because that was close. And I did it barefoot because I was completely unwilling to ruin my shoes. I was more okay having shit on my feet than I was ruining my shoes with that shit. God, that was fun. I think we got like $300 of compensation from the plumber that fucked that all up and wasn't doing his work correctly. And I never pushed for more, and I was an absolute idiot. Because he was like, well, you never did a homeowner's insurance that would have covered all of that, so clearly we're not paying for that. Yeah. Yeah, my words. I had clean feet. I had no cuts on my feet. I've stepped into worse things in my life. But do you know how long it takes to clean like $100 pair of shoes?
You again? What do you want?
Did you see what just happened?
No, I didn't. And I don't care.
Really? Why is that?
Because this sexist pig is one of the 4 men who blacklisted me. Good riddance, if you ask me.
I've identified the men who stole from you. You were right. They were members of some self-proclaimed militia.
I knew it! Did you find the money, too?
Yes, here it is. They thought they could finance their activities with it.
I never thought a man like you would be kind enough to... I misjudged you. Badly. Well, thank you, sir.
Will you give the money back to your comrades, then?
Fuck those bastards who fired me. I'll give the money to Miss Gillingham. Her son Jack was a friend of mine. He was killed recently.
Yeah, shoes, I have a very simple rule. I have a rule of quality over quantity. Now, this might sound really weird, but I own 2 pairs of pants, 1 pair of shoes, and like 3 hoodies. And that's all I need, because if one breaks, I will buy a replacement. But I always make sure that what I get lasts. And yeah, like back in Germany when I would buy shoes, the sandals I had as the only pair of shoes I used literally cost like $300. But you know what? I had those shoes for 8 years straight before they fell apart. If I buy shoes here for $60, they last me a year, and then I need a new pair. If I buy shoes for $200 and they last me 5 or 6 years, it's worth it. Absolutely to me. So when I try to aim for shoes somewhere around like the $100 to $150 mark tops, because I feel like at that point you get enough quality that they will last. Do they have to cost $300? No, hell no. The only reason I bought that is because I wanted good shoes once in my life, and then they lasted for nearly a full decade, so they were worth it. But I'll be honest, cheap shoes often enough are just as good. They fall apart more easily, and then I need a replacement. Yeah, I've always been a person that would put all my money into video games and computer and not take care of myself in any other way. I suppose the computer addiction was early shaped.
I know you were friends with Miss Gillingham's son, Jack. Tell me about his death.
Jack's murder has been a shock to the neighborhood. A sign that the situation is now out of control.
Why is that?
There has always been tension between the Wet Boot Boys and members of the trade union. But a murder? That's a first.
Who killed him?
No one will ever know. One thing is certain. While Jack was alive, I had one less reason to drink.
Why does that upset you so much?
I wish I had found the time and words to tell him how important he was to me before it was too late. Another failure for Giselle Paxton.
Yeah, she's not a happy person.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Did you see what happened?
No. I was coming back to the shelter from work when I heard an awful scream, and there was this man, dead, just in front of the building.
You saw nothing at all?
No, I told you, just that awful woman's scream.
A woman scream? Are you sure?
Of course. It was terrifying. I thought it was my sister, so I ran. But it was a man I've never seen round here before.
Yeah, I agree. If we compare these two hats, one of them looks good, and one of them looks like a night pot. Like, that's the one thing I see here. I just see the night pot.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Now let's see, who are you?
I know this brooch. This is my mother's. A birthday gift from father.
Oh boy.
29 Pretty Orchard Street. That's near Poplar's district. Why would this man carry off my mother's brooch? I must go there.
I sense bad things. Right. Oh my. Find out the reason why that. Oh, wait. Oh, that was a citizen quest. Whose citizen quest was that? His. Yeah. Yeah, let me make that first. Let's see why he hides. There should be. Let me make this in the active one. Oh, it is tracked. And then let's see if we have anything here. Nope, no people. But the game tells us we will find something here that explains why he is in the sewer. So let's find. Yeah, I do agree. At least get a beautiful head. But, you know, maybe that was the last she had, and it's that bit of dignity. Rather than not having a head at all and be a headless woman, just have what you have left. Yeah, let's look through here again. Doesn't look like it's in here. And he probably is still... yeah, this will take a while. So I suspect if it's not in this area... do we have anything over here? No. No, look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Is it a crane? Would you consider this a crane? I suppose. I love it. Like this utterly basic setup. Even the tools resting in the side here. The design, the turnable front. I really love this design. This is the kind of stuff I wish I could have in my backyard to play around with. I would totally be an adult child with that.
It's locked.
Okay, let's see. Western Docks. Let's just do a quick check here. Oh, we have a hideout to unlock. Oh no, we already have that hideout. We've seen that before. But while we're here, let's first of all take care of our recyclables. An ink pen, a cigarette case, 2 small bottles and 5 bottles of alcohol. Then let's see if we can upgrade, but probably not. Yeah, I never found the good handle parts. I wonder if I have to purchase those. And then let's refill anything we don't have. We can analyze this blood sample. It gave us the level 2 regeneration serum. So I'm gonna craft those. Yep, that is enough. But I'm not gonna rest. See if I can sneak up on you. But then, why would I?
Crush the lead, boys! Stupid nation! Oh, Christ!
Let's see if he comes down. Yes, he does. Nice and easy. Let's just make sure. Nope, we have his loot. There's nothing up here because we've already been here.
Ring ring. Hey Moxie, this weird package just arrived for you.
Over there!
It's time to go big. Hey Turquoise! How are you today? Yeah, I do. By the way, I suppose now is a really good time to talk about next week, because I have plans for next week. Yes, yes. Next week we're gonna start something new. And no, I'm not talking about a game, I'm talking about a little bonus feature. Because on Monday I will put up my first riddle. So, little spoiler about me, I love riddles. I love little puzzles and games. And on Monday you'll see the first one. And the way we're gonna do that is very simple. I'm gonna have a... Oh, I can't even destroy this. I can't pull my weapon out here. I'm gonna have a riddle up whenever someone needs to see it, or if you want to take a screenshot or something. And whoever finds the solution gets a little prize. Now, of course, I can't give away money because I don't think Twitch likes that. I would have to do, you know, specific things and make sure that that stuff like that is legal. But I have little surprises that I can give away. So, yeah, stay tuned. If you like puzzles, if you like riddles,
Sir,
definitely.
no civilians allowed. Out! I'm talking to you, you twat!
Let's just loot over here. Nothing else. Where am I? Alright, I'm all the way down here. I don't think I've ever been past, but I do remember coming in through here. Where did I go from here? Did I just go through there originally? I don't think so.
Easy does it, boys. Fear no evil.
Chef shot. Ow.
All those bloody leeches need killing.
Oh, come on. I wanted to save the blood. Yeah, now I had to go through all of that to refill. There. He was more work than he deserved to be. Oh, who do we have here? Oh yeah, right, that is her, so we're back here. And I don't think she is... Was her door on the other side? I thought this was the door we could knock on. Must have been on the other side then. Let me see if we can talk to her by now. Yes, Melina, that is actually a really good idea. Give me just a sec. There, let me start this, then I can mute the microphone.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Do you need any help?
Rest assured, I will help you, sir. Martin Nightingale, at your service. Please, take a look at my wares.
Your merchandise. I don't really see anything worth having. No offense.
None taken, sir. But please, I need to eat. Perhaps if you keep looking, you'd see something that takes your fancy.
Oh, now I'm small again. And yeah, thank you for the reminder. That was a good idea.
Let me be frank. You're as much of a businessman as I am a werewolf, right?
Who the hell are you to question me? It's hard enough to stay clean when you don't have a place to sleep. I'm doing my best here.
I meant no offense, Mr. Nightingale. I was merely pointing out the fact that you're unlikely to survive long if you continue wandering this path.
And what should I do then, sir? Should I join the Wet Boot Boys like so many others? No thanks. I'd rather be a bad seller than a dead gang member.
Hi, Dalton.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood? Have you got any friends around these parts?
Not really. Miss Gillingham smiles and says kind words, but I know she's lost her marbles, especially since her son died.
Tell me about this crazy woman. Madness is often mistaken for other conditions.
The poor woman's mad, all right. Kind and all, but she has so much trouble remembering things. She's taken me for a son more than once.
How interesting. I don't suppose you know what happened to her son.
Jack! Rumour has it he tried to tackle some gang lads. I didn't know him well, but I heard he was a nice enough chap. His old ma still thinks he's around.
Yes, he is a good snoodle.
Why not try seeking help instead of peddling your wares? I'm sure there are people around here that would gladly help.
There's always the night asylum. I heard it's run by a very nice man, but I'm no beggar. Not yet, at least.
There is no shame in asking for help, my boy. Sometimes it can even be the best course of action.
I don't feel okay with that. I'm gonna make a name for myself, and I'll do it by myself.
Yeah. It's gonna be difficult in this day and age.
I found this watch. It belonged to Miss Gillingham, but I thought you might find it useful.
That makes sense. She would have forgotten about the watch by the next day.
If you say so.
Take this for your trouble, Dr. Reed. I will not forget your gesture, I swear.
Yeah, he was the much better option for that, I feel like.
Show me what you have to offer then, Mr. Nightingale.
What is this? Oh, I see, I can read. Yes, let's buy that. That is a good one. And a music box containing a folded letter. Common, tiny, common, common.
I'm cute crash,
and
by
a
the way.
blood sample. Well, I mean, I do need these, so... Yeah, I was like, you hear a friend, and all I hear is a baby. So I wasn't quite sure. Okay, let's... Oh yeah, I can't craft here anyway. But I have a lot of resources now that I think are enough for me to upgrade. Let's just take a look up here. And then I'm gonna knock on Miss Gillingham's door. And see if she is finally able to talk. Nothing else? Oh no, there it is.
It's been a while since you last paid me a visit.
I came to visit you last night. Don't you recall?
Poor old woman. I imagine that must have been a pretty bad time for single old women. Like, your son probably died in the war, your husband long dead, then the whole plague and all. I mean, the Spanish flu was definitely one of the roughest times. Oh wow, he must have been laying there for a while. And no one ever came in to pick up the money. There's so much loot in this room. Also, I do want to take a look because the stuff we purchased from him we didn't read. So now I gotta figure out where that is. Let's see. Oh wait, no, I need to use them in the inventory, don't I? No, I don't see them here. Are you telling me when I purchased them, they were just added to my lore? Yeah, probably. Yes, because the music box was part of it. My dear Czech, I write this letter as long as I have the strength and the will. Not that I have something to hide or to fear, except perhaps to forget what I want to tell you. I always knew you would become someone important, someone good and nice. I knew it since you were a child, when you preferred to read books rather than going to play outside. I knew it when you helped me carry groceries before you went to school and clean the house after you came home. I'm proud of you, my son, not only because I am your mother, but also because you deal so well with everything around you. I'm sorry I have recently become such a burden to you. Never forget I love you. I hope you never forget you love me. Enid. So that was the music box. We also had a note taken out. No, not this. Not the burned letter. Yeah, this might take a little. Was it this? No. You were a history major. That is always an interesting subject. I'll be dead honest, I suck at history. Like, I am embarrassed for how bad I am at history. Cover letter? No. 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 No, these are clearly the older ones. Yeah. So it would have been up here. Yeah, because that is the one I found outside. Weird. Hold on, I think I know what happened. So I purchased two things, and one was the music box, and I think the second was directly added here. So let's see which one it was. Yeah, here. No. That was, we had fertile is the belly of the beast. I think this? No, we had this. No, we also had this. Vampires and skulls? Yes, it is. Vampire and the guard will never have a common interest. Never. Not as long as I live. Not after I die and pass the torch to another leader. I know some of us have witnessed a strange and huge vampire hunting down skulls, just like we do. He is well dressed and seems to speak eloquently. But don't be fooled. If this unknown leech and his friends seem to hate skulls as much as we do, some others offer them safe haven in exchange for obedience. Scouts in the north have reported that strange ceremonies occur in the secluded forests of Scotland. Ceremonies of blood and human sacrifice to old pagan gods. They may be adversaries to the London and vampires, but none of these leech factions could be our allies. All vampires must be destroyed and no alliance will be made between them and us. From the Adversary by Candlestone, founder of the Guard of Freemen. Oh, and yeah, and the box gave me hints. Wait, did I never read the note? I thought I did. Because I just got the second one for... There was a note, and I must never have read that. You know what? I'm gonna open these all. Yeah, this one. For looking away when they mock my color, I hate myself. For crying like a girl when they insult me, I hate myself. For swearing like a boy when they are gone, I hate myself. For hating my parents, I hate myself. For smiling when customers call me sad Brina, I hate myself. For never finding the courage to tell Tom how I truly feel, I hate myself. Oh my god, Cavendish is actually in love with Tom. Yeah, let me just open these all to make sure we didn't miss any. Even though I always paid great attention to reading them. Come on. Yes, that is how we grind. No, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. There, now we went through all. And see, I did actually get a new hint for Aykroyd. And Lottie. Are you serious? Did I really miss reading stuff? I was so certain that I had every single thing covered. Well, let's head back. And go back down and see if Enid now talks to us. Oh, that was the stairs. Yeah, that should be her door if I remember right.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I come in?
I already took my medication, Doctor. But thank you.
I'm sorry. Your medication? Have we met before?
Don't tease me like that, Jack. Sorry, what?
I think I should come in, miss. I'd like to check if everything is okay, what with the epidemic spreading across London.
An epidemic, you say? How terrible. I had no idea. But where are my manners? Please do come in, Doctor. You are a doctor, yes?
But yeah, the Black Death and the plague and the bubonic plague and the Spanish flu. Sometimes it's a bit of a surprise to me that humanity hasn't eradicated itself. I mean, we have definitely tried. We have tried so hard.
It's locked, all right.
Yeah, Now imagine COVID would not have been COVID, but would have spread like COVID, but would have actually been the bird flu. You know, just something that simple. We could be down to 2 billion people today. It's... Stuff like that is always in the back of my mind. How it always feels like humanity has just barely managed to survive every now and then. And, I mean, if you know anything about the mitochondrial mothers, sorry. I'm sure someone else would be much better to explain this. But if you never heard of the mitochondrial mother, I'm not sure if that's how you call it in English, it essentially boils down that we can, yeah, mitochondrial Eve, thank you, that we can pinpoint our survival down to, what was it, seven women or something? Do I have 7 in my head? But well, let me just make sure I don't give the wrong number. But yeah, it's the fact that we are essentially pinning ourselves down to nearly having been extinct. We nowadays can track down our ancestry to like a handful of leftover humans. To a handful of humans that essentially gave us everything. And you know, if those humans would have died, we wouldn't be here today. We already nearly were extinct. And it is such a weird thing to think about that now that we have 8 billion of us, that we only survive because of a handful of survivors. It's a kind of frightening image to think about.
So, Dr. Tippett, what brings you back here? I heard whispers you had a job at that fancy hospital.
I told you my name is Jonathan Reed. Don't you remember?
Of course I do. I remember my name too. Gillingham. But you may call me Enid, Doctor. I'm very happy to see you again.
Yeah, it's the fact that, you know, Ree and Kit and me had the same ancestors. That it doesn't matter if you're Australian or Japanese or African. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white. It doesn't matter. That we are all pinned down to those few leftover ancestors that if they wouldn't have made it, we wouldn't be here today. So if you ever think about all the animals that we have already pushed towards extinction, as long as there are a few left, we can turn it around. We've turned it around. So, yeah. Oh, look, she has a headache.
Do you require medical attention, miss?
I'm glad you asked, Dr. Tippett. I must confess I haven't felt that well of late.
I'll try my best. Here, take this. And please, try to get some rest.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, DNA and genetics and heritage and... I'm 25% French, 25% Polish, 25% German, and 25%, I think, Slovakian. I kind of forgot. I'm like a European mixed breed. And even just going like 2 or 3 generations back, I have no clue where we came from. My grandmother on mother's side was French. And I once met that family, and oh my god, they wanted to kiss my cheek. Please go away. That's about the only memory I have of that side. And my father's Polish side was aggressive, and all I know is that my mom hated her dad, and that's pretty much all the knowledge I have of my history going beyond my grandparents. It's kind of weird to think of how little we actually know. Yeah, I'll take being a cutie, Melina. It's okay, it comes from a cutie, it goes to a cutie. But what does that mean, Ree? What does that even mean? Like, what really is British? Like, how far would you go back before the Brits aren't Brits? It's like, I would love to just right-click my body, click on debug, and then just go back 500 years and see where all these genetics come from. That is what I want. I want a debug mode.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Oh no, I don't gossip. That would be most unbecoming of a lady such as myself.
Is anyone taking care of you, Miss Gillingham?
My son is always here to take care of me. He's a good boy like that, but I do worry that he needs to start living his own life. Why, I would never say that to him, of course.
Who are the more influential figures on the docks?
Well, I heard about some terrible illness going around. I would say in that case that it's you, Dr. Tippets.
Enid, have you really no idea what happened to your son? No idea at all?
I've not seen Jack for so long. I lose track of time. Has something bad happened to him?
But it's like one example of a question I would have is if you say you're 94% British, then like how far does this go back? Does this mean they were British in the 12th century? Or like was Viking blood? Well, I suppose more like Viking love mixed into it. It's like, I would love to really analyze just how far it leads back. Yeah, pre-Roman genetics, exactly. Who was the emperor? Was it Nero? That... No, it was Caesar. I know it was a Caesar. Was it Nero? That that nowadays, like, what was it, like 40% of the Italian population can track their ancestry back down to one of the Caesars because he had like 160 kids or something like this. I remember something very distant about this. I'm not sure what I'm gonna... I mean, she clearly has severe dementia. She's not going to remember anything I say anyway, so I feel like anything I say would just be for calming her.
Jack takes good care of you, Miss Gillingham.
He does indeed. My Jack is the best son a mother could ask for.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, Kit, because, you know, if I could say that, yeah, Nero is my ancestor, I mean, that sounds a lot better than saying, yeah, I'm German, there's a chance that Hitler is my ancestor. Yeah. I mean, at least that I can say is not true, because I don't think Hitler ever had offspring we know of. So at least we might share the same ancestor, but nope. I'm fine keeping my distance to that subject.
Tell me, Enid, why do you feel guilty about your son?
I know I'm a burden to my Jack. I know my mind and my thoughts are drifting away. I'm so sorry. I can't help it.
This is not your doing, Miss Gillingham. You do not have to apologize for your condition.
Of course I don't, Doctor. I've done nothing wrong, I swear it. What exactly are we talking about here?
A good friend of mine has an uncle that was born in 1943 who's named Adolf. And yeah, I mean, you know, at that point it was relatively reasonable if you were a supporter that you would call your son that way. It's it's been a pretty rough time for him growing up. That I can assure you. And people still make fun of him today. It's like in Germany, you can't just change your name. The only way you can change your name is if you marry. They won't let you change your first or last name. And if he could, he would have 100 times over. I'm sure if he would have pushed, like if he would have pushed and said, I can't use this name, he would have, but he just essentially moved on with it. Rodney, I just heard what happened tonight. I ran to your house, but you were already gone, so now I'm writing this note. Is it true you killed him? I can't believe it. Why? What happened? I really need to talk to you now. Please find a way to contact me when you receive this message. Since I know you can be very cautious, and to prove to you this is not a trap, let's use a code when we meet. I'll whistle my name, Jack, in Morse code, and you'll whistle yours, okay? This way you'll know it's really me. For now, it's a good thing you are hiding. The Wet Boot Boys are all over the neighborhood, claiming they will punish the man who murdered one of them. I'm sure we could make an arrangement to settle things once the heat dies down. And now we know why he's hiding. Okay, but that means she is done. He is out there waiting for me. That's Martin. I don't think I have anything new for him.
Good evening, young man.
There's no need to call me that, Dr. Reed.
Yeah, he has nothing new.
Goodbye.
So, let's go back to him. Let's see if we can easily find him. Yeah, genetics are a really interesting subject. It's... especially if you look at like the little secluded communities. I recently watched a YouTube video about a community of mountain people that were so separated from each other that they literally changed color. If you've never heard of that, I can link that later in Discord. But I always thought it was a really interesting story. They literally just had such thin blood. I think they turned blue. Like they all looked pretty blue. I'm sure anyone that grew up in America knows that. Yeah, thank you, kid. I just wanted to say anyone that grew up in America knows that story because I know it's pretty big here. But yeah, the fact that they had such a thin, weakened bloodline from being separated that they turned blue. I always thought that was such an interesting thing that this can happen in the first place. Okay, now let's first go back down. He's not gonna recover until we sleep. Yeah, and then let's go through here. Oh yeah, true. Your mom's side of the family was pretty interesting. Like, didn't you have an uncle that ate squirrel roadkills? Or what was the story there, kid? Oh, your grandfather. Oh, wow. See, the worst thing my grandfather did was say very racist things and fight for Hitler. That's about the worst I got from him. And oh boy, was he a racist. Like, he never meant to be, but there were always these old white man racist remarks at every turn. It's like, no, I respect everyone else equally, but you know, those people are just, ugh. And they always have sex and ugh, and this and that, and ugh, they are such bad people, all of them. It's, God, this, I always hated that, even as a kid. Just this pure pointless, just shoving everyone into one category. Yeah, I forgot where he is. Yeah, but Eternal, you grew up in a country that I think had much less racism. I grew up in a very Catholic, very backwater part of Germany. So, yeah. No, wait, yeah, down here, that's where he was. And then up here.
Rodney, you're the man who killed that gang member, are you not? Is that why you are hiding in this godforsaken place?
Yes, I did. I did not even know his name.
Then why did you kill him?
That arsehole always mocked me for the color of my skin. Usually I let it go. But not that night. We fought. He died.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know how bad it was in the UK, but having grown up in Germany, it was disgusting. Oh my God, what am I leaning towards? You can't stay here forever or you're no cold-blooded killer. No, he isn't.
Unfortunately, I have met several murderers during my lifetime. You don't look like them. I can tell you're no cold-blooded killer.
You're right, sir. At first it was just a simple argument between us. But the man had a bad fall.
Believe me, Rodney, you won't survive here long. No matter what you did, you must go back to where you used to live.
I'll go back to the docks then. But if I die, remember that the blood of Rodney Grader will be on your hands.
Yeah, exactly, Kit and Ree. That is the best way to phrase it. Outsource the racism. Okay. So that was kind of pointless coming back down here just for that. Yeah. Sir, your fresh delivery of racism has arrived. The container is in the backyard. Kinda what it feels like today. Yeah, I mean, true. There was that whole point. I mean, just because the people you were racist towards had the same color, it was still racism. They didn't have to have a different color. So yeah, I suppose there is that part. If we would only love each other a little bit more, the world would be such a nicer place. Okay, now what did I pick up for you two?
You again? What do you want?
Giselle, I know you sleep at Shornhampton's shelter. What can you tell me about him?
He provided a roof for me and my sister. I am grateful, of course, but he gives me the creeps.
Why is that?
He's always sad, like he's about to cry. He's always asking us to get closer to God, to give ourselves to the Lord. Creepy.
Yeah, I'll be honest. If there's one thing that we could all improve, it's to just ignore gender and race and anything. and just accept each other as different beings and be happy. I think if there's one thing the furries are so much better at, it's accepting each other well, because you know what? If Dalton the Snoodle talks to a mouse furry, well, he's not gonna murder him. There's no racism. You're not gonna eat the mouse, hopefully. Please don't eat the mouse. Let's all just be friendly and hug each other and be amazing beings.
Giselle, tell me about the death of your mother.
After our father died, Mother worked so hard she made herself sick. We spent all the money we had on useless drugs and doctors. It was hell.
Hell? What do you mean?
The three of us were exhausted and desperate. And when I'm desperate, I tend to get angry. And I'm hard to live with. Lottie said I killed Mother.
Left or right? Yeah, you go, Eternal. Yeah, I mean, isn't it starting in like 8 minutes? Aren't you already late? Hurry, go play. But yeah, Eternal and I thought it was Karth. I don't know. Garth told me it starts at 11:30 and that's in 8 minutes. But yeah, in case you're not aware, Karth and Eternal and Weisbit and who else? Right, and I don't actually remember, was Dalton part of it? Oh, he was, yeah. I kind of felt like you wouldn't without a Dalton. So yeah, I heard you're doing a Pathfinder 5th edition run. I'm really looking forward to it. I know lots of people are lots of excited for when that will be streamed. 2E, 5E, whatever. 5E is probably Dungeons and Dragons, isn't it? Talk to your sister, or Lottie did not mean it. No, I can't talk for Lottie. Talk to your sister.
You should talk to your sister. Whatever happened when your mother died, the truth lies somewhere between your two versions.
I don't want to talk about that. It was years ago. We Paxton sisters are tough. We don't apologize.
That has nothing to do with tough, just with being dumb.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Lottie, tell me about the death of your mother.
Giselle killed her. Plain and simple. She killed her with her daily whims, her laziness, and her complaints.
That's quite a statement. You can't kill someone because you're fickle.
Mother was very ill, but I forgave Giselle. What I couldn't stand was how she cried at her funeral like she was the one left alone.
Perhaps your sister is not as tough as you are.
I know that, and I don't blame her. It just makes me sad that my own sister is the person I understand the least.
Giselle is the only family you have left. Don't you think it's time you forgave her?
Sometimes words are harder to forgive than acts, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
I don't think I have to talk to him, but I'm gonna
Good evening,
test.
Mr. Throckmorton.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed anything suspicious lately?
Yeah, I didn't think I got a hint for him.
Goodbye. And good hunting, Mr. Throckmorton.
So, I hate when I turn around just before I open the map. So yeah, now let's see, where do we go? We go across here, because I don't think I ever went across here. Well, that's because I can't. Oh yeah, sure, I went across there. Durr. So let's head back on here. Through the door and out. And then we cross the docks. choo-choo. More choo-choo. Gosh, I love trains.
No, get a leech! A leech!
I'll send you to hell.
No, you won't. I don't even know what I would want there.
You leech of a killer.
I'll be honest, playing this game and every time I use the shadow tentacles, I feel like playing... No, not the darkness. The one about where you get infected and you then kill people to absorb their thoughts. What was it called? Prototype, thank you. Yes, I've been tempted to play Prototype. Prototype? Prototype. That sounds so weird now, like it's the wrong name for the game, but I'm pretty sure that's what the game was called. I always wanted to play that sequel, and I have it, and I purchased it because I really wanted to play it, and then I never got around to it. Maybe that would be a really interesting stream game to play. Tentacles! You're gonna burn down the whole neighborhood like this, you know? Look at how hard he tries. Yeah, I don't think I will ever stop using this axe. I love the way it hits. I love the way it makes these sounds when it hits. It's a really good weapon. I love this weapon. Let's see if we have anything down here. Okay, so I suppose this is my home. Yeah, I agree. It felt arcadey. You had a lot of stuff that felt like, I would have said Assassin's Creed. Like you had rooftop races and you had this and that and like wave defenses and you had these arcade-style missions in the middle of an open-world
29
game.
Pretty Orchard Street. This is it. What's in there for me?
Blood.
There's been a fight here.
I was actually just the other day talking about how much I would love to play The Darkness on stream because I really enjoyed that game. I finished it, I had a good time. And then I found out I don't own that on Steam. So where did I purchase that? And it actually took me 10 minutes to figure out that it never came out on PC. I played that on Xbox. It's a real pity because the second one came out. Or PS3, yeah. But yeah, the second one came out on PC. And yet the first one never did. It's a pity. It was a real fun game. A bit hard on the loss of his girlfriend. Spoiler, his girlfriend dies in the opening scene and you essentially live with the regret for that for the rest of the game. But outside of that, it was a really fun game. Yeah. And I'll be honest, if I had a good PS3 emulator, or I had a PS3 laying around, I'd probably play it. Because it was just a really fun fantasy. I mean, very revenge porn in that aspect. Right, but now, no, I'm walking towards it. Is this... But we've been here before. Why did I go through there? Oh no, we haven't been here before. Yeah, I was never able to get past this point here. So that's how we get into the West End. There's nothing here worth going back to. These are locked. I love that attack.
He's dead!
What? I'm level 15 and I'm slaughtering these level 20 so easily. Last time they were 5 levels higher, I had a ton of issues.
So much blood. Whoever was killed got dried out.
Dried out. Yeah, this is getting really interesting now. I don't understand. Why track the poor wench all this way and let her expire? It's surprising. Occasionally you make a good point.
We're being misled. Or worse, we're being baited by leeches playing a nasty game.
We'll crush
Oh my god. I was just talking about how they are too easy. And they had to just show me, didn't they? Yeah.
Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work.
Let's finish him.
Christ,
Yeah.
he's dead. Crawl back to the house.
Come on.
God walks with me.
Yeah, usually they are not that tough, but he's definitely taking a beating. In there. Well, I do think I need to sleep soonish.
The marks on this woman's neck. were made by the fangs of a vampire. Only a golden watch in her pockets.
Yeah, I mean, why would I leave it?
Her shoes and clothes are quite worn out. This is the very flower my mother tossed on Mary's coffin. Someone is targeting my family.
Yeah, I think that's very obvious.
I see you.
Right then. It's a sick game. But given no choice in the matter, I might as well win it.
Red.
This is despicable.
Yeah, someone wants me to follow them. But... there. Make sure we don't miss any loot. You know, this might be a really dumb thing, but every time I see that little aluminium powder thing pop up, I'm happy. I hate the term aluminum. I hate it. I hate how Americans call it aluminum. That's not what it's called. Like, I'm sure you have a really good reason to just skip out on part of the word. But it's not called aluminum. It's called aluminium. Nothing else to loot? Look at that, a one-way street. Never means anything bad. Yeah, I kind of expect a jump scare here. I mean, I haven't seen any jump scares in this game so far, but if you jump scare me, you do it here. Nope.
Jonathan.
What was that?
That was your name.
I won't let you escape.
Well, you're not telling me that's my sister, are you? Because at this point, I feel like that would be the logical conclusion.
You're very fast, but I'll catch you.
Gotta get all the loot.
It's an H! Get it! It's a killer! Watch yourselves! There's one of them!
Yeah, good time to fill up here. see where you wanted me to go. Also, our upstairs neighbors
They've
sound
all been butchered.
like they are preparing another party. Not sure if you were here when I explained this last Friday, but it's like you will know when they start a party because they will drag their furniture over their wooden floor so loud that it just sounds like an earthquake down here. And then they will start their line dancing. It's... I swear, I live in the jungle.
I can still sense a presence.
Yeah, I want to know who this vampire is. Now I'm really curious.
I have this thirst for blood.
Where do we have to go? Oh, probably all the way around, huh?
Come to me.
So, is it my creator or is it my sister? That's gonna be the big question.
In the name of Christ, someone help me! You! What have you done?
Vicar Larrabee, what happened?
Demon! Hell Scourge! Son of perdition!
Vicar! Jonathan's no demon. He's just a soul. Returned from the dead. Like your Christ, Vicar.
Mary, is it really you?
Oh, it's me, all right. Precious brother.
What is Mother doing here?
I'm gathering the family for a final reunion. All smiling, all dead. Thanks to the good Dr. Reed.
Mary.
Mother? Say hello to your son.
Hello, Jonathan.
Mother,
What do we have here, Mother? The prodigal son has lost his tongue. Our Jonathan always had the first and last word at dinner. The entertainer, the star of our show.
I'm sorry. Let me explain.
Shut up. It's my turn to do the talking. I have this
Thank you.
nasty hole in my chest, Johnny. It needs to breathe.
Of course. You can speak.
My prayers went so long without an answer. My husband, killed in France. My child, carried away by the flu. My brother promising to return in his letters, then disappearing in thin air. I went from hospital to hospital. Cemetery to cemetery. Grave to grave. I've lifted every stone in London, searching for an end to the nightmare. And there you were. In front of me. On a dark pier.
The hunger had taken me.
The joy to have finally found you. I longed for your arms, a final happy ending to so much tragedy, to tell me all would be well again, as you did when we were children. It was this filthy dock where you greeted your sister. I dug a tunnel from my grave with my fingers and teeth.
Mary. I thought I had murdered you. I tried to end myself. We've been through the same horror.
We are a disease, Jonathan. A sickness that corrupts all it touches. All we kiss, and all we kill. Look at me. Admire your ilk.
I'm so sorry.
Apologies will not suffice. I demand reparation. I want a miracle. Are you a miracle worker, Dr. Reed? No? I'll show you mine then. The family Reed, reunited and complete, living forever in a red sea of eternal love. Time to go, Mother. Say hello to my son for
Mary,
me.
wait. I have made friends with vital knowledge. Vampires. We are not alone, Mary. With time, we can learn to live almost as we lived before.
How long?
What?
How long will this masquerade continue? I've been watching you. All these nights in Whitechapel, pretending you're still a doctor. You believe you're just fighting a disease. But it's you, the disease. Jonathan, you!
I'm a scientist. I'll find a solution. Let our mother go, please.
You're always the one to sway me to reason, Jonathan. But before, your motivations were always pure. Now you're tainted.
Let her go! She has no part to play in this.
Very well. Have you heard our good doctor? You can go home, Mother. Go home and rest in peace.
Yes, I'll go home and rest.
It's so easy to make them obey or forget. Puppets for our pleasure. I've seen you have your fun.
You are mad.
Oh, so that's what I am, Doctor. Mad. I was beginning to wonder. I've been hearing these voices in my head. One in particular, that of my dead brother. This is the reason I must kill you. Not for your betrayal. Not for our poisonous kiss. Not even for the lies you tell yourself. No. It's so that smooth and wicked voice will stop ringing in my ear.
Mary. No, don't!
Time to die, brother. And this time for good.
That is definitely an interesting twist. But yeah, let me pause here real quick. Sorry, that took a long time to get done. First of all, yes, Abby, I should hydrate. I've been really bad with this. And yeah, Ree, take the dog for a walk. Thank you so much for coming on in, and I hope you have a great Friday in case I'm gone by the time you're back. Yeah, it's definitely starting to be an interesting story now. That is not quite the outcome I expected.
Kiss me again, sweet brother.
Oh, she has attacks. I don't. I like that attack.
You've spared the precious Nurse Crane, but not your own folk. Come to me, Jonathan. You've killed me, brother!
Oh my god, that is a...
Give me your blood, priest.
Tough fight.
Final thoughts are just to die for. Assassin! Rest in peace, monster. Kinslayer!
What have you done?
Ah, these attacks are tough. Yep, let's try that again. She yells, "You killed me, brother," the moment she kills me. Are you really telling me that we have to do this cutscene again? Please. Please tell me you're kidding. Stop turning around just as I press. Was it this way?
Why have you not spoken to me?
Who are you? I don't remember you at all.
You know you can trust me.
Are you all right, Miss Shun?
My name is Xiao Shun. This is the proper way to address someone in my country.
I do apologize, Xiao Shun. Are you all right?
Yes, I am. This is the only place where I can find some kind of serenity. Some way to remember my dear Matthew.
I don't remember her at all.
Are you on your own? Do you have any friends or family who you could be with?
I have family and friends, but I need to be here alone. One day maybe I'll go back to them, but not now. I need silence, and I need sadness.
I've seen many deaths in my life, and we all grieve in our own way. Some stay silent, or need to shout. Others need company, and some just can't stand it.
Thank you for your sincere words, Dr. Reed. I sense you trying to help me, even if I don't quite understand why.
Tell me how your husband died, Xiao Shun.
Matthew died of the Spanish flu, like so many others. It's a mundane cause of death these days, but for me it meant the end of the world.
At this time, there is so little medical science can do to defeat this terrible epidemic. I'm truly sorry.
The worst thing is not his death, even if it tears me apart. The worst is not to have seen it coming, to have lost him so quickly, even before realizing it.
Did he hide his condition from you?
Matthew was a smiling type, a happy sort. Everything that I am not. Did he laugh at his death to come, or did he not realize what was going to happen? I'll never know.
The Spanish flu may be the worst disease mankind has ever faced. Why are you blaming yourself?
You don't understand. I didn't know he was so sick. I didn't realize the gravity of his situation until it was too late.
As harsh as this sounds, we are all equally vulnerable to this awful disease. It can take the strongest man in just a couple of days.
I never said goodbye to Matthew. We never realized how bad it was. We laughed about it even. He always made me laugh. Now I don't have enough tears to shed.
They have written so many good characters.
Are you a doctor yourself? Is this why you feel so guilty for not saving your sick husband?
No, I am not. But I still need to blame someone for Matthew's death. And who else, if not his wife, who did not see it coming?
I'm a physician, one of the best in the country. But I was unable to save my own sister, Mary. She died in my arms.
Why tell me this? Is it supposed to make me feel better?
No. But I felt I should share it with you, since she is buried here too.
May I ask what caused the death of your sister?
You could say she was also killed by a terrible disease. A disease I have sworn to fight and cure, no matter how long it takes.
Thank you for sharing that with me, Dr. Reed. Maybe it's time we start to rebuild our lives, you and I.
Yeah, I suppose that conversation should have taken place like half an hour ago.
You realize you can't stay here forever, don't you? Eventually, you'll have to leave the cemetery.
Why? Why should I go? Since this is the only place I can find peace of mind.
But you're not dead. There is a difference between visiting the dead and staying with them.
You sound like you're no stranger to the pain I feel.
Let's just say, I too have a good reason to visit cemeteries at night.
Please accept my condolences for your loss then, Dr. Reed.
You should go home now.
I think you're right. Cemeteries are for the dead, for they need silence too. Thank you for your honesty and your wisdom, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your company, Xiaoshun. Take care on the way home.
Maybe I'll see you again in Whitechapel. Goodbye for now.
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
This part of town is very fragile. I hope the trust so many people put in her will not be betrayed.
Goodbye for now.
Yeah, we must have completely missed her.
The world...
Because she was clearly meant to be addressed at a different time. Yeah, looks like we have to go through that cutscene again. Well, you know what we're gonna do?
This is despicable.
Yeah, let's fill up on these.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
But before we go through that whole cutscene again, since I haven't even had breakfast yet, I think it's a good time to wrap up for today. Because yeah, I'm getting really hungry, and we're probably gonna have a Walmart order here arrive very shortly, so then I need to interrupt anyway. I don't think so. I never found one, at least. But I think that's a good way, because then next time I start the stream, we can, you know, start with a cutscene. I feel like that is always beneficial for a little introduction to where we were. So yeah, I'm gonna go and hop on out. And, well, you know the deal. Thank you all so much for coming on in. Wait, let me be here. That is better. Yes. Yeah, thank you all so much for coming on in, and for, I mean, Melina for the subscription. Thank you so much. And you know who you are. Evie and Ree and Kit and Dalton and Eternal and everyone that came in just to say hi. I'm always so thankful to have all of you amazing beings. I know this week I was not as active as I wanted to be. It was a rough week, but I will be back on Monday. And I will be back not only with more Vampyr, but on Monday we will have our first riddle. Yes, and I'm not gonna give you any secrets yet, but I can tell you that it will be good. And I will have gifts. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna call it a night. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Because there are a few good people around. Unless either of you has any suggestions, I'm always happy to meet new beings. And I still don't know a whole lot of beings that play around this time, so I always welcome more. Let's open a few and see what they are doing. Let's see, who do we have here? Bit of VR chat. Oh yes, that looks like a perfect target. Never heard of this streamer before. Well, it's time, because man, they look like an adorable bean. So if you have never heard of Griffin Phyllis either, welcome to the club. Griffin Phyllis is currently playing Oxygen Not Included, one of my absolute favorite games, because it's one of those games that you can just start and play for hours and always improve little bits here and there, and always just figure out what you've done wrong this time and just have a new run. No, it's a great game. It's a great game for just spending endless hours in. And yeah, looking at the base they are building here, my god, they are adorable. We should definitely let them know they are adorable. But yeah, thank you all. Thank you for an amazing week. Thank you for being yourself. Most important, please stay yourself. Stay amazing, stay sweet, have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you all on Monday. I love you all. Wait, where's my hand? Okay, I don't have a hand here, then I need to. Yeah. There. I love you all. Bye-bye.